Microphone check to the microphone checking. If you don't know what I'm saying, then deck in. Deck in the what? Deck in the guy who's in the way because his lie has made you want to say why. Because why? Because. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. Today we ask the important question, what is it this time, Eric? What is it? What's the problem? Well, there's not any problem. There's nothing. It's not anything this time. I'm just relieved to get off of that conversation with that guy because he had connectivity issues. It's super fucking annoying. When, like, okay, no, your audio's cutting out again. Oh my god. Could anything be more annoying? No. Nothing could be more annoying. But, you know, he was oblivious. Effie Polar. It was fine. You hear me, Mr. Man? If you're listening to this, annoying. Your technical difficulties were annoying. What do you think about that, Mr. Man? And whose fault were they? Were they my fault? No, they were your fault, mister. You were having technical difficulties. My technicalnesses were fine. Oh, well, my phone just came from another country, so it doesn't... I don't want to hear your excuses. Using WhatsApp. You know you're dealing with a foreigner from overseas. And they start using WhatsApp. It's like, I don't like WhatsApp. Okay? I don't like it. WhatsApp says to me, this is going to be a hassle talking with you. There's going to be meowity or whatever. And sure enough, oh yeah, it was pretty fun. We lost like $48. That's total, including everything, because there was no entry fee today. But it was a bad day of gambling, but a good day of shorts making. I liked the shorts I made there. I liked the little videos I took. You know, I have my hopes that they're gonna pugity pow, the pugity pew, or whatever. But who knows? There's a magical fund that someone finds fun to arbitrarily award to some people. Oh, I'm going to chase after that. That sounds unpromising. It was a mess from the get-go, to be honest. The gambling part of the day and everything was a mess. Right from the get-go. Because at first I thought I lost the voucher for $20 when really I had just combined it. Like Rachel just got on the machine after me, put her voucher in and just added it to mine. And then one voucher came out and I thought I had lost it, and that really brought me down because like, well, now gambling's not fun because I just started off down $20, you know. That's not going to be fun. But then that sort of like brought my mood down, and then it was a mess from the get-go because I didn't even want to go into the explanation. I was trying to explain it to Rachel earlier. It was bugging me explaining it even to her because it's like, it was just a clusterfuck of buttfuckery on my part that made everything not work properly. And it's like, there's nobody to yell at but me when it's my fault, so. It's like, before we even went to the track, I wasn't sure we were really going to the track, but I got up and I didn't really tell Rachel, like, hey, let's go or anything. Like, I always say, so what do you think? I think about going to Meow. What do you want to go to Meow? But in this particular occasion, I just started getting up and, like, going, and like, well, come on. And she's like, well, where are we going? and I like didn't want to tell her because I wasn't sure if I really would. Because I I had heard it's open on Friday for parimutuel with no admission, but parimutuel open, parimutuel only. But then when we got there were actual horses running, but it was still free admission, and that confused us. And so it's like then I was in the middle of betting one thing, and Rachel's like, "But I'm betting on the horses that are running going run right now. Should I go watch them?" Which I took to mean, should you come watch them with me? Even though she didn't say that. And so then I like stopped what I was doing, and then I got nervous, but I had my things, and it was like a lot of little. Okay, Eric, next time you're gonna SI the fuck out of this experience. Last experience plus this experience, you can SI combine them to know how to do this properly. The proper way to go to the racetrack is this simple. And Rachel and I have never attempted this before. We'll maybe attempt it next time. You go to the track on Friday when it's free admission with $20 each, and you know you bet $2 to $4 on the first race, maybe a couple of superfecta boxes, maybe win place show on a horse like Rachel likes to do, $6 bet, you know. If it doesn't hit, you do it again next race, you know. Hopefully you hit back up, and then you each lose your $20 probably after a little while, and then you go. That's the perfect way to go to the racetrack. And that's what we'll do next time. And you never know, maybe you'll hit something and you'll be like, ooh, now we're up enough that it's worth going to leave. But I don't think Rachel was emotionally prepared at all for going there. I wasn't, it was a mess. Anyway, afterwards things were fine. We came back here. We watched the basketball game with my dad. Stanford lost. It was sad. Stanford played like their worst game of their fucking life. They could not hit a basket if it jumped off of the stanchion and over the ball. They still would have missed it. Hi, Carmen Fun. Rachel Lapalosa. What a wonderful, wonderful lady. She knows. It's like I should just trust her intuition all the time. It's like I should just, as soon as I saw, I could see it before she like really said it. She never really said anything. It's just she's a little bit moody. That's how I can tell. You know, we're dealing with minor calibration changes that require sensitive instrumentation. Regardless, I don't mean to carry on unnecessarily, but it was probably a bad idea to go there. Except I was happy with the shorts, which is really the only reason why I went there. We didn't even need to bet at all if we were just going to go there and make shorts. That would have been fun. I bet Rachel would have been like, "That's a good idea. Let's not gamble. Let's just go make shorts." Of course, I did have to make one short with Mindy and a gambling slip. Hi, Klupin. Klupin, he was a piney man, breaking trails in sand. They called him Klupin. Klupin the Western hero. I call him Klupin the Western hero. You know, we used to call him Clip Clop a Klupin. That's what he was. Clip Clop a Klupin. So, I'm pretty excited about a project Rachel and I have in the works right now. To a musical project. I think it's going to be relatively unique among media objects. It's going to be this husband and wife. There's no way to even describe it without it just sounding terrible. So I'm just not even going to describe it. Yes. A musical project. That's right, Winston's mom. A musical project. With notes, quarter notes even. I don't know, dotted quarter notes maybe? Who knows? Rests, possibly. Treble clefs, bass clefs, everywhere you look. What would be the possible issues between ISFP and ISTJ in a friendship? No ideas between the two of them. Just like let's see. FE, FI, FI. So any, and then SI. I don't know. I'm trying to put it into my. I'm having trouble processing it. On my deliberation functions. It's getting a little apathetic. Let's say. It's like I'm on my smoke break. Are you sure you want to figure that out? Sounds like hard thinking. What's the equivalent for me? What's the equivalent type for me? If you're talking about ISTJ and ISFP, what's my type that makes the equivalent relationship with that? I mean, I guess it would be, if I'm ENTP, and it would be ENFJ, ENFJ, beneficiary type? Oh, okay. Well, if he's your beneficiary, benefactor type, well then, you know what the problem is. Only one of you can hear the other one. And only one of you can talk. The benefactor can talk. The beneficiary can hear. The beneficiary tries to talk. The benefactor can't hear. I had this conversation with my dad. So, first he hands me a newspaper article he wants me to read about a proposed bill in California related to regulation of nursing home ownership transfers. Okay? So this is dry stuff, okay? It's as dry as it gets. He wants me to read this article in the paper about a proposed bill in California that will add regulation to the transfer of ownership regarding nursing homes in ways that make sure that the new owners maintain an adequate standard of care and account for potentially delayed Medicaid and Medicare payments. I didn't read the article. I read like the first bit of it, but I could barely read it because I didn't have my glasses. I was like, and he said, let me give you the gist of it. And so I said, well, his problem was, since when are Medicare and Medicaid paying for nursing homes? That only happens if there's a direct referral from a hospital to a nursing home where the person is in the hospital under, he knows all the specs of it, right? So, and I said, well, Dad, the point is, it's like HUD landlords, okay? And he's like, what? HUD landlords. And this is something that's happened my entire life. He gives me no indication of what he understands and what he doesn't. So I said, housing in urban, I know what HUD is. What's your point? I said, well, they have to regulate HUD landlords because they're not getting their money from the tenants. They're getting their money from the government. So there's always this potential for fraud and stuff and exploitative practices of some sort against the taxpayer. So if in fact this regulation is needed in nursing homes, it's probably only needed in nursing homes that take a lot of government money. Because in nursing homes that don't take a lot of government money, that rely on actual clients paying, like the one that my dad has my mom in, if the level of care goes down, the client gets angry and pulls their loved one out and puts them someplace better. Right? This is a point I'm trying to make to my dad, that probably this bill is specifically needed because there's some kind of relationship between some kind of government money going to some kind of nursing home. But he insisted no, because Medicaid and Medicare don't do that except under these very extreme circumstances. And so I was just saying, well, okay, I don't know, but I'm just saying, Dad, like, hypothetically, let's imagine the VA was paying for nursing homes for certain veterans under certain circumstances. And there were nursing homes that made it their business to exclusively serve those clients. Once I gave him a concrete example that he didn't know was false, and he could understand in full, the VA pays for it, he understood the concept, I think. I think he got it. But then he was just like, and? I'm like, okay, well, I mistakenly thought you wanted me to read this article because you thought it was relevant to our situation. Silly me. You just thought Eric will be fascinated by this article on our proposed bill in California regulating ownership transfer of nursing homes. So, it's like, why am I like the way I am? This is the house I grew up in. It's part of it, right? I've been dealing with shit like this my whole life. My dad gives me something complicated. I go, here's the takeaway. He looks at me like I'm the biggest idiot in the world. What? What takeaway? Ideas? That coalesce things? What? Like, well... And then if I try to work back and explain the whole thing, at the end of it he goes, whatever. It's like... But of course, I can't be wrong. There's, with me, it's, if I'm wrong, he just, no, rah, 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 rah. And I just never, if he tells me, here are the facts about that, you can take it to the fucking bank, okay? I mean, it's like, oh, okay, well, those are the facts about Medicaid and Medicare and their relationship with nursing homes. I know my dad's, obviously, researches it's relevant and stuff. So, it's frustrating as an intuitive because when my dad hands me this thing, I'm thinking he wants to have a conversation about it and or wants my thoughts on it or something. He doesn't. I don't know what he wants from me when I read it. To go, of course, the problem in this instance also was I couldn't read it because I didn't have my glasses. But if I had my glasses, I would have begrudgingly skimmed it as fast as I possibly could. Because, like, and the bottom line is, at the end of the day, the argument that the guy was making in the article about Medicaid and Medicare that mentioned and making sure that the level of care isn't impacted by potential delayed Medicare and Medicaid payments that presumably have been delayed by bureaucratic shit from a transfer of ownership, I guess. I mean, it sounds like an argument that somebody came up with rather than an actual problem being solved. So it's like we need to frame this in terms of ways people can understand it. So we're going to describe it like this. I'm not convinced at all that that's happening even or anything. In other words, I see the guy's argumentation, although I didn't read it myself, but I hear what my dad relates to me, and I go, okay, I see that as that guy's argumentation. I don't see it as like as necessarily hugely wrongful, unpermitted. It would prohibit things that are unpermitted. I mean, isn't the fact that they're unpermitted already imply that they're prohibited? And if it's prohibited and unpermitted, do we also need to additionally state that it's going to be wrongful? Does it have to be all three? Can I do prohibited, unpermitted things that are rightful and it'd be okay under this bill? I did, yeah. I was mostly groggy. I was half asleep in bed. But then I heard Eric's sultry voice and I said, "Shake that sand dust out your eyes, sleepyhead. It's time to look your best. Eric's going live. Anything could happen. Tonight could be the night that I, Boba Fett, and the Dancing Queen anyway, no, not that one. I don't think 1502. No, it was. I mean, I don't even know if it's. It may be tabled. It may not even be like being debated. But there was an article in the paper about it, and basically it's about transfer of ownership. That it appears to me that there's been some kind of problem with corporate rating on nursing homes. You know, like, okay, this nursing home's failing. Let's buy it and liquidate all its assets and kick out the tenants and make a profit. Which, of course, is a perfectly fine thing to do. But, you know, oh no, old people, so, But my dad also mentioned, and it made me cry, made me tear up, as these kind of things always do, that the Supreme Court ruled that the ability to freely visit one's loved ones in a nursing home is a basic civil right. Which, you know, when I hear things like that, I think, God bless America. It's a characteristic of ENTP to ask a barrage of random questions. What does it mean if an ENTP does this? The only time I'm likely to ask a barrage of random questions is if I'm trying to engage a lively atmosphere in a certain setting and trying to get some people to open up a bit. Maybe they started drinking. Then I might start asking, try to like get people engaged. I could potentially do that. I think I have before. But it's like if I'm doing something purposefully discursively, I never ask random questions. They always have some purpose. You know, questions are dictated by the statements that preceded them. I kick in the taint, I kick in the chode, I kick in the part that is the road from the balls to the anus, yeah. Kick me right there. Kick me right there. 2022's number one Black Horse hit. Bolting out of the blue. You know, Whenever you think about a magnificent triumph, I want you to remember the win of Zenyatta at the Breeders' Cup against all the best male horses of her time. And she was dead last coming around the corner. And, almost dead last coming into the turn. Pushed out 5 wide. Trevor Denman says, back here, Zenyatta's got a lot of ground to make up. She'd have to be a super horse. He says that shit, right? Setting it up just perfectly. And then, the trip is terrible. She can't get through. She gets fucking blocked in, and then gets pushed out 5 wide. And there's like, Mind That Bird or something, fucking other big ass named horse, out in front. And she just turns on the fucking afterburners. And like the grandstands of Santa Anita are packed full of people. And they're all screaming their fucking heads off. And Trevor Denman's going, Zenyatta! Zenyatta! Unbelievable! She came all the way back from dead last, past all horses and won. Running away, the kick at the end was just astonishing. That was her greatest moment. It still makes me just go, that's juicy juice right there. It's like that Twitter thing that Rachel and I watched, where the family watching their guy kick a field goal, or game-winning kick field goal for Texas A&M. The whole Twitter thing was just watching the family all being like, oh. And they were there in the stadium, And it was so effie, it was effie juicy, You just barely touched it, squirted right in your eye. Do I type celebrities? Sure. I mean, I can throw out, I can posit notions. The thing is, I can only type somebody by actually typing them. But I can posit some notions, right? Like, I would say Scarlett Johansson is INFJ or ENFJ. Probably INFJ. Because she seems a little too SI capable as an actress to be ENFJ. She takes on a lot of lines, in other words. ENFJs can't memorize lines for shit. And she doesn't improvise them, right? She's delivering them. On the other hand, she's quite busy for being, if she is an INFJ. Although, I'll tell you what else makes me think INFJ makes sense. The way that she dealt with that one time when she wanted to play a trans person in a movie and she got shut down and she didn't like it at all. But she also didn't come off as graceless about it. That's pretty INFJ move. What do you think about other celebrities? Tupac? I don't know enough about him. Like, as far as rappers go, I would say Kendrick Lamar is probably an INFJ. I'd say Eminem's an ENTP. I'd say Baby Pig Poopfaced is an ENTP. So, well, this is a good time, actually, MJC, to reveal your first taste of the musical project that Rachel and I are working on, okay? I'm going to have to do Rachel's parts too. But that's not a good enough reason to hate me. It's almost good enough, but not quite. Okay, so what I've done first here is I've gone ahead and opened this musical thing. And then next what I'm going to go ahead and do, rather than simply doing things I like to go ahead and do them, is I'm going to go ahead and open these lyrics up so that we can play Pudding Time on the Pudding Time Express, which is the favorite game of those who ride the Pudding Time Express, regardless of the fact that it's named after the Pudding Time Express, which is the impressive part. Even if it were named something else, it would still be their favorite activity. These are the words of truth that I share with you when I'm killing time messing with shit. This is what it means when Eric's opening various things, getting set up to try to do something, and he's just saying random words to fill space. Okay, there we go. So, oops, that's not going to work. You've got to do this first. Silly Eric. Eric, will you never learn? Will you never learn? R to the U to the GS. Among many good things are the best. Why, of course I do. Need you ask, you lay it out, and I will rail that glass. Some guys fixate on bits more crass, but sex is for relationships. Have some class. B-double-B, when dear Whippets invite you to sing along. If you're just gonna diss it, might as well just skip this song. I buy a crap load of Whippets and I hate whipped cream. I wonder what that could mean. Always sit down when whipping up dreams or you'll fall to the ground and make a scene. I'm Windy Whippets, B-double-P's wife. Can't help but agree it's a hell of a life. So much noise, so little strife. Windy Whippets has arrived. Baby big poop face. And when did Whippets sing along? If you're gonna diss it, you might as well skip this song. I said, be more like me, much more, you see, like B-double-P-F-A-C-E. I'm a baby pig and my face is poo. My name is Mr. Poopfaced, nice to meet you. But you can call me baby pig if you like, cause compared to Mr. Poopfaced, it's right. No matter your side, in whatever light, I'm baby pig Poopfaced, morning, noon, and night. Baby pig Poopfaced and Windy Whippets have an invitation. Oh, that's right, because we're gonna have a party tonight. I said, oh, what we need is a party in here with lots of dancing girls, music, drugs, and beer. What we need is a party in here with lots of dancing girls, drugs, music, and beer. A W-E-N to the D-Y to the space. Whippets are what go in my face. Why wouldn't they? I'm not Cindy Slipper J. No way, I'm a Windy Whippets today, okay? Mrs. Big Poopface, a.k.a. Mrs. Baby Pig Poopface, I might say. Together we're a couple that's super duper gay. I'm Mrs. Baby Windy Whippets Pig Poopface, hooray! And we both wish you a very nice day. I had it on loop. Oh, you guys couldn't hear. You guys couldn't hear it. Oh, Eric. See what happens when you're an idiot? Do you see what happens when you're an idiot? You guys couldn't even hear the beat. Yeah. D to the R to the U to the GS. Many good things are the best. Why, of course I do. Need you ask? You lay it out and I'll rail that glass. Some guys fixate on bits more crass, but sex is for real relationships. Have some class. B-double-P and Windy Whippets invite you to sing along. And if you're just gonna diss it, you might as well just skip this song. I buy a crap load of Whippets and I hate whipped cream. Wonder what that could mean. Always sit down when whipping up dreams, or you'll fall to the ground and you'll make a scene. I'm Windy Whippets, B-double-P's wife. Can't help but agree, it's a hell of a life. So much noise and so little strife. Windy Whippets has arrived. Baby pig, Poopfaced, Windy Whippets invite you to sing along. If you are just gonna diss it, you might as well skip this song. Be more like me, much more, you see, like the B-double-P-F-A-C-E. I'm a baby pig, and my face is poo. My name is Mr. Poopfaced, and it's nice to meet you. But you can call me baby pig if you like, cause compared to Mr. Poopfaced, it's just as right, no matter your sight. In whatever light, I'm baby pig Poopfaced, morning, noon, and night. Baby pig Poopfaced, ready with this, like you to sing along. Well, what we need is a party in here, so let's get it going and gone. Well, what we need is a party in here with lots of dancing girls, drugs, music, and beer. Well, what we need is a party in here with lots of dancing girls, drugs, music, and beer. And to the D, to the Y, to the space, Whippets are what go in my face. Why wouldn't they? I'm not Cinder, Slipper, Jade. Oh, wait, I'm Wendy Whippets today. Okay, Mrs. Big Poopface, a.k.a. Mrs. Baby Big Poopface, I might say. Together we're a couple that's super gay. I'm Mrs. Baby Wendy Whippets, Big Poopface, hooray. I'm Mrs. Baby, I'm Mrs. Baby Wendy Whippets, Big Poopface. I'm Mrs. Baby Wendy Whippets, Big Poopface. I'm Mrs. Baby Whippets. So anyway, Rachel has half the rapping parts on that, and I've got half the rapping parts. We'll sing the chorus together. It's gonna be the most ridiculous song in history. Guaranteed. And this year's award for the most ridiculous song in history, Baby Pig Poopface and Wendy Whippets Want to Party. Yeah, well, Rachel and I were practicing it earlier together, and she's getting it down. Yeah, I'll do a guide track for exactly. I know how I want the rapping to sound, and so she just have to match that. It'll be, you know, it's harder for her to keep the SI stuff in mind, so it's like she gotta practice it more. I mean, you know, she just hasn't spent years doing it like I have, so. The thing is, I believe that this country is ready for a President Baby Pig Poopface and a First Lady Wendy Whippets. I think it's time. President Poopface? Yes, you in the front. Is it true that you have a poop face? Eric is who else? I was saying I'd like a version with both E and R singing on it and a redo of the horrible drums. I mean they're not. They're neither horrible nor good. It's just very straightforward drums, you know. Just 4 on the floor or whatever. Yes, Rachel will be singing on it, for sure. No, Rachel's going to have half the vocal time in that thing. So, like, my verse, it goes, you know, I do the first verse, and then she does the verse that goes, I buy a crap load of Whippets and I hate whipped cream. Wonder what that could mean. Always sit down when you're whipping up dreams or you'll fall to the ground and you'll make a scene. I'm Wendy Whippets, B-double-P's wife. Can't help but agree it's a hell of a life. She does that part. And then she does the part at the end. W-E-N to the D-Y to the space. Whippets are what go in my face. Why wouldn't they? I'm not Cindy Slipper J. No way. I'm Wendy Whippets today. Okay, Mrs. Mrs. Pig Poopface, a.k.a. Mrs. Baby Pig Poopface, I might say. And then together we're a couple that's super gay. And then lastly she says, I'm Mrs. Baby Wendy Whippets Pig Poopface. And then I say, hooray. And then we both wish everyone a wonderful day. The end. So yes, it'll have half Rachel, half me. It's a It's a husband and wife rap. It's a rap made by middle-aged suburbanites about how much they like drugs and bean babies and pigs and poop faces. So it's good. Yeah, well, obviously I'm trying to integrate Rachel more and more and stuff. The thing is, it's a, it's a growth process for both of us because things take a little longer when I incorporate her, and sometimes I have to take into account, like, okay, my normal way of operating is to run with the enthusiasm until I'm done with it, and I'm not, it can be, it requires a somewhat different process when I incorporate Rachel into things, and that's why we don't end up recording a lot of things, I guess, is because we should probably record this tomorrow. And yeah, Boba Fett, obviously I'm not done with all the music on it. I'm going to mess around with it, but we'll get the rap parts down over the piano, basic thing like that, and I'll try some different things out with it. Up here, and up here. So if that doesn't do it, then nothing else will. I'll add wind chimes. If nothing else works, I'll add wind chimes. Wind chimes bring a level of class to any track. It used to be the harp until it became played out. Now it's wind chimes. All the most, contemporaneous club hits, deep trance club hits and stuff are really wind chime heavy right now. Wind chimes are the new hi-hats of trap music. Just constant wind chimes. It makes me want to make a song with all the most ridiculous sounds and freaking MMS. LMMS, I mean. It's got plenty of ridiculous sounds, It's got sound effects, and you can make your beat out of, explosions and stuff, and let's see what we got available to us today in the excitement realm. Let's try out a string pad. Oh yeah, that's so paddy. It's like a maxi pad with wings. It's so paddy. Let's put it there. We want some pad, okay? Here. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh, so beautiful. Wait, why did it cut off so short? Oh, well, we obviously need another pad. There. Now, how about this one? Oh yeah, that's juicy right there. Uh-huh. Things are getting big around here now. Now that we have 3 pads, we need at least 3 pads in anything. Okay, now let's get some other sounds. Wow, Eric, that was incredibly annoying. We really didn't enjoy that. I'm shocked I'm still here. I don't blame you. That was incredibly annoying. I don't know what I was thinking. There. Now we can work. Everybody get to work. I'm going to work. I'm going to work. I'm going to work. Right now. Right now. I'm going to complete some goals and do some work and do it right now. Let's complete some goals. Come on, let's go. You do some work. I'll do some work. Come on, let's do some work, 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 work. Okay. Enough torturing the audience. And that's what I call endurance art. Okay? It's when I torture the audience and you praise me for my creative vision. Wow, Eric. That was so creative of you. I know. I'm really creative. I was expressing my feelings right then. Let's see. I don't like experimental. The problem is they didn't have enough funny sounds. I wanted more funny sounds. You know? I wanted like cats and dogs and birds and shit. And cows and stuff. But I didn't get those. So instead, I just failed in front of everybody as usual. Hey, here I am, failing again. Back on the train of failure, taking me forward to death. It wouldn't be bad if instead of being failure, I were carried along by success. Isn't that a nice song? Right now, if you're very optimized in your mood per perspective, Eric, you rock. Well, I'm glad you're optimized, and I'm going to help you stay optimal. And let me tell you what I'm going to do to help you stay optimal. Instead of making you smoke a cigarette, I'm going to smoke a cigarette for you. It's going to calm your nerves, steady your appetite. It's going to make you think of lemons, sandalwood with faint hints of musk. Right now, what I want everyone to do is to reach deep inside their soul and find the part of themselves where they keep their pain. And I want you to bring it up. And I want you to say, "Hello, pain. You are a child, and I shall love you." Reassure your pain. I love you. Moisten your pain with your tears, that it may feel your compassion for it. These are some therapist-y things what somebody might say. You get to get in touch with your feelings. Hi, doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist guy. I'm Eric. I'm here for my first session. I think I've identified the problem. I haven't said anything yet. You need to get in touch with your feelings, don't you? Yeah, well, that might be a little bit of a problem. You see, I had them removed after the war. I had a lot of shrapnel on them. It hurt when it was raining, so. Lady Lou, I was kind of into it once you got past the first two notes. Well, it's the sort of thing that I say to myself, what are you doing? Why are you doing this while you're live streaming? So you want to play around. You have to have some, and this is an area where I expect myself to have a little self-discipline. I don't like it when my live streams are unwatchable by me, unlistenable by me, whatever, you know. I don't like watching me fuck around. Nobody else does either. Who wants to watch somebody else fuck around about nothing? Yeah. Money's always a problem. You know. It's like, yay, with your money thing. Why do you keep wanting money for these cigarettes? Where's my communist utopia? It sounds like Lady Lou's taking up the business of giving Eric good advice. Pulling a bunch of bong rips is sometimes really important. See, that's the thing. It's easy to fall into a habit, a bad habit. A habit where you pull a bong rip and you start talking again. You pull a bong rip later on and you start talking again. You never really get actually high. You just get high enough to stop smoking bong rips for a second. It's important to try to devote yourself to the cause. I'm going to transubstantiate this one to everyone out there who's funky. If you're not funky, you're going to get none of this. But if you're funky, this is going out to you. I hereby transubstantiate thee. I'll also accept hunky. If you're hunky. You have to be hunky but not dreamy. If you're dreamy, then you're too soft for me. I like my men like my white colored candy bars. Hunky. Yeah, true words. So you gotta commit yourself to, this is a crusade, okay? This bong is the Christendom. And this is the Holy Land. Take that, heathen. Well, we failed again, Pope. Again? Yeah. Well, you know, I was thinking, you know, we've been sending like adults, like knights and warriors and stuff to fight, and that hasn't been working. How about we send a bunch of children with sticks? See if that works. I like it. Let's do it. Children's Crusade. Let's have the Children's Crusade. You got a point. I mean, you were thinking outside the box there, sir. If the adults can't do it, from the mouths of babes. Stardust doesn't come in hunks. Sure, my fix. It comes in little baggies. Little transparent Ziploc baggies. Even Jesus knows that. It used to be, in the olden days, if you were staying at a hotel called the Stardust Hotel, you knew you were staying somewhere pretty glamorous. Nowadays, if you're staying someplace called the Stardust Hotel, you are with a prostitute. The way things change over time, you know. I tell you what, Pope, I got a revolutionary idea. How about this time we invite the Muslims to crusade us? That way we won't have to do the traveling. A weed bill passed the House? What's it say? We, the federal government, having already had our authorities subverted by the states, say some random nonsense that doesn't clarify things. Is that what it says? While acknowledging the severe risks of marijuana. Like, you know what the biggest fucking joke in the world is? Like, again, on the California highway, they got these signs that light up to tell you things. And sometimes it says, you know, driving high is a DWI. Don't do it. Stuff like that. Man, driving high is not even a thing. It's like, what? Driving high? As if I could be that lucky, you know? You just spent 3 hours on a Saturday filming in a studio you booked. Get home, the SD card failed to write. Oh my God. That sucks at least this much ass. Data loss is the devil's fetish. You suspect Eric isn't a fan of the drawer on Wugs? I don't know what the drawer on Wugs is. The drawer on Wugs? George Washington would have been growing marijuana or tobacco in fields, but the government is going to look out for our health. Sounds like a Mercury retrograde story. Is Mercury in retrograde? Enea means 9 in Greek and gram. It means point. That's my name. It refers to a circle with 9 points. Enneagram uses a symbol to illustrate 9 personality styles. Because they aren't personality styles. No. They're relationships with your FI. More or less. There's a taxonomy of your relationship with your FI. So if you're FI polar, fear is naturally going to be your main concern, probably most of the time, because you're not feeling that, you know, you're likely to not care enough, and therefore be like a 7, you know, or at least a fear type, because that's it's the furthest away from emotional emotions. It's in its most natural form, it's utilitarian, and something most people don't experience very often. Not actual fear. The fear we talk about with the Negrum is what I would call dread or executive function shit, you know? That's what people experience as fear really in life. So, I mean, some people will experience fear about their long-term solvency or their you know, obviously people who are in dire straits worry about their next paycheck, their next, you know, if they're going to be able to pay the rent, stuff like that. Those things cause a lot of fear. But for people who've got that kind of solid and not really up in the air, then what causes fear is like deadlines at work, shit you gotta do, you know. It's not like lions attacking you. Like, back when we were hunter-gatherers, and I was hunting and gathering, there were some proto-humans around, and we were both trying to hunt and gather the same lions, and the lions attacked us, and I was scared. I really knew fear then. When this lion, huge gaping maw, was about to bite my head off. Until that very moment, who was my girlfriend at the time, yanked my legs and pulled my head out of their mouth, and crap, it snapped shut right as my head pulled out. The luckiest day of my life. Or, you know, the most helpful anyone's been for a while. Pulling my head out of an open lion's mouth. So, I think what's going to end up happening here tonight is we're going to tell a bedtime story. I'm feeling story-ish. I'm feeling bedtimey-ish. I'm definitely going to sleep tonight. It was a alligator. Half lion, half alligator. The deadliest creature in all of Africa except for the hippopotamus. It was a liagatopotamus. Half lion, half alligator, half hippopotamus. The deadliest creature in all of Africa. Yeah. Back when we... So who are these people? You know, our ancestors. Oh. Our ancestors, huh? And so the reason I'm like I am is because somebody might like me was useful to our ancestors a long time ago? Yes. Oh. Okay. Oh. Let me just tell everybody right now. It hurts my heart when I hear people mushing wings and tri-types together. I don't think you should have both. If you want to do wing, you have one number in a wing, I guess. But I never understood wings. They don't make any sense. Nobody explained them in any way that makes any kind. Nobody has them defined properly as anything. At least tri-type makes sense and it's straightforward. And there's 162 of them, and some of them have incredibly shitty names, and some of them have really cool names. And it's totally unfair. Somebody needs to go through and rename those fucking things. You know, like why does Rachel have to be the self-doubter? Whereas I get to be the curve surfer. Talk about like the thing that Self-Help Lounge was complaining about, you know. That's the shit Self-Help Lounge was complaining about. Ooh. Yeah. You're what's known as a mostly worthless? Yeah, it's not one of the best types to be, because you're mostly worthless. That's why we named it that. Well, why does this guy get to be superhero? Ooh, because he's a lot more heroic than you. A lot more useful. He's just a better person. He's got a better type, you know. Nope, not a goddamn thing you can do about it either. I know it sucks, but it's bad for you. Consider yourself lucky. However, a lot of them are quite negative. I mean, like the hateful loser. I think that's kind of harsh. Yeah, 382s are known as, 385s are known as the hateful losers. Mm-hmm. I mean, everything is drag. But yes, in this particular instance, some random person took it upon themselves, and in the personality cafe forums to do all the permutations and name them all. And so that's the list I referenced, you know. Or you'll probably come up with a better list of names. Well, flightiness, wistfulness, and adaptiveness are not Enneagram matters. Those are function matters. No, I'm not criticizing the tri-types. No, I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to criticize their choice. I think it's bullshit that they got shitty names. That it's unfortunate. And you could say, well, don't look it up, but you know, people want to know. And he said flighty. I had to double check, but he said flighty, not fighty. If he had said fighty, yeah, you would have been right, Boba Fett. It would have been that would have been an 8 thing. But he said flighty, and that's not. I mean, you might take the 7 thing, but really, it's an SE 8 thing, SE 7 thing. So, to the extent there's a linkage, the Enneagram type will be an expression of that function, just like any other expression of that function. The Enneagram is just a map to the emotional taxonomy of that. Your bro's the achiever. Well, for a while I thought I was the mover shaker. I was like, that's a cool name. I kind of feel like a mover shaker a little bit, but then I realized, yeah, you really don't, though, Eric. Well, I tell you what happened. I found somewhere a page where a person had listed a bunch of adjectives for 783 versus 784. And I picked almost every single one under the 784 column, and I was like, well, I mean, could be incidental, doesn't necessarily have to mean anything, but I think I both understand the difference between 4 and 3 better now, and I definitely think I'm a 4 and a 3. What's each position in the tri-type mean? Well, I think it's more or less sequential. That first I want to play. I don't like shit getting in the way of me playing. What does it mean to play? It means I like to do what I want to do without any constraints from previous promises, engagements, and or external directionalities. Okay, I didn't like it when Rachel's like, but the horses for this race are running off right now, and I'm at the betting thing, I'm not done with what I'm doing. And then I'm torn between, well, in general, Rachel asks for so little, expects so little that whenever she expresses that she wants something or prefers something this way or that way, I try to affirm that, but so what's the position of the tri-type mean? It's a order of operations, basically. It's like, first I want to play, and if you won't let me play, I'll get mad, and if that doesn't work, then I'll take my ball and go home. That's it. The mysteries of Enneagram summed up right there. Yeah, Enneagram's ultimately more of a problem than anything else because people want to attribute a lot of shit to it that doesn't belong to be attributed to it. And it's fine if people understand it for what it is. It's a taxonomy of FI that links into its own mechanical explanation, but without any kind of deconstructibility. So, which is fine, and it's useful, and I find it nice. But the problem is it ends up being more of a problem than anything else because most people can't use it responsibly. They'll attribute all kinds of random shit to it. Yeah. It has a very, very limited scope of legitimate application. And that is to describe one's relationship or approach towards fundamentally feeling like you're okay. It seems to me like if you're a 2, it would suggest that, and I don't know if this is actually environmental or not, but it would suggest that you were raised in a house where the environment valuing you was somewhat at least conditional on your utility. And I was raised in such a house, but I didn't end up a 2. I think if you're in a 3, if you end up a 3, it would suggest that you were raised in a house where there was a lot of conditionality to love, that you had to be high. You got a lot of shit if you didn't. Yeah, right. Now, the reason I would say that it would link to that is because to me it seems like 3s have the least fundamental sense of self-worth of the 2, 3, 4 strategies. 3 represents the least foundational self-worth. 2 represents the second least, and the 4 represents the most, because 4 represents unconditional love. And the thing is, I got both 2 and 4 thrown at me, but 4 won. And ultimately I got more 4 than 2. I am way more loved than I deserve, or I have earned. I mean, the thing about, I think what he's getting at there, Boba Fett, is that the problem with the Negrum is people, well, it's like Poison Fist, okay? In the cartoon Baki, which featured a story written by an ESFP, is my speculation, or a 12-year-old boy, or a 12 or 9-year-old boy, one of the two. One of those things wrote that script, okay? And in it is displayed this boyish love of process that's complicated and alchemical in some fashion. So, first, to make Poison Fist, Baki has to find, 60 different kinds of poisonous bugs, or whoever had made it. It wasn't actually Baki. And then they've got to grind it in a certain way over the course of 2 full moons. And then they've got to put this kind of iron sand into it and let the bugs ferment for another full moon. And then they have to pour a mia on top of it. And then they have to punch for 3 days and nights into the sand. And it becomes ever more painful. And few people can survive the torment. Many would simply chop their arm off in the middle of the process rather than continuing to endure it, as it says in Baki. But if you can endure it, then at the end of 3 days and nights, you'll have Poison Fist. Okay, so that's the kind of, I think when there's a critique of TE there, there's that kind of stuff done about a Negrum, It's like, it's a lot of sound and fury signifying nothing. Wings and and a lot of descriptions without mechanics, a lot of non-operationalized definitions, a lot of words doing nothing. So, that guy I typed earlier was an INTJ, and, sometimes INTJs can get enamored of that. It's a funny. It's a funny kind of irony because, well, for ENTPs the problem is being useless in real ways. For INTJs, the problem is understanding that words need to be useful in real ways. You know, it's like there's an almost continual attempt by most INTJs to somehow get across to me that, no, but Eric, you really don't get it. I know a lot of things that are very important to know. And I just, you want me to be all, yeah, but that's missing the point. And, this happens with INTJs because well, the reason is because they aren't thinking about words as what they're doing. They're thinking about doing words as how they're expressing. And that is why they're so in love within I that sometimes it makes me want to cry. Sometimes. Not every eye. Just stand. You know what I would say about NI? NI. That's what I would say about it. NI. It's like a Mexican hat dance where all the burros have kicked over the tequila bottles. It's an absolute fiasco. No, INTJs in general do some form of it to a greater or lesser extent of annoying to me. Jonathan Basanti does it. My mom does it. That guy I typed did it. It's like, but knowing though. Like, okay, well this guy, right? He first tried to tell me, I'm like, okay, what do you think you do first? Act, react, decide, or no? He's like, no, then decide. I'm like, oh my God. Alright, let's change the word. From decide to determine, okay? Now what order your things? Know then determine. You can't know then determine, dude. It's like saying Eiffel Tower. It's the Eiffel Tower. Right? But they think like, because they got TI backslot, it's 6, but it's still backslot. They're like, oh, that thing? That's missing the point. You're really missing the point of my holistic utility here. Okay? If you just stop fighting what I'm saying, Eric, and just hear what I'm trying to body English at you. Like, no. If you don't have the words to say it, then just don't even say it. You're not gonna body English your NI into me, Mr. or Miss. Yeah, I'd say it's fair to say I INTJs do. Winston's mom doesn't. She's got very good techniques um, to cushion everything she says. She gets quotes and stuff, you know, quotes that present a perspective of my own by someone I don't even like, maybe. Because it's not my perspective and it's framed wrong. Like, no, no, no. Stop trying to make things friends when they're not, you know. Stop trying to make dogs and cats live together, INTJs. You know? They're like, no, no, no. There's no inherent conflict here. Dogs and cats can live together just fine. Just let's leave it the way it is. Dogs and cats cannot live together. No reason to be changing that shit. See what I'm saying? Okay. I think tonight we're going to go on a space adventure. I'm feeling space adventure-y. And I'm going to name our starship something. Maybe, okay, well, you know what the name of our starship is? It's Hypothetical Windstorm. It's the same name as my racehorse. And just to make sure that this time we have some real adult supervision, I'm bringing Corduroy along too. Yeah, I guess I'm going along on a space adventure. Well, Eric, don't you think you better put up a space background if we're going on a space adventure? Well, you've got a good point there, Corduroy. Maybe I should put up a space background if we're going to go on a space adventure. Well, of course I got a good point. I'm Corduroy. I'm that guy you should listen to more. All right. And you're another one of those people who's buying. Well, you should. I'm the one who told you to make a shorts channel. You did not. Yeah, it was me. We was drinking Maker's Mark, remember? I don't even drink, dude. What am I Googling? You don't even remember what you're Googling. I know, that's why I'm asking you. Maybe I shouldn't bring Corduroy along. What am I? Oh, right, space backgrounds. Okay. I'm liking this one. This is fine. Open image in new tab. This one's looking pretty good. Yeah, I like this one pretty good. Let's open that image in a new tab. And now we're going to really do this up. It's going to be nice. It's going to be like, wow, images and everything. Oh yeah. Images and everything. Cool. I'll get this one. Open image in a new tab. And I'll get this one. Open image in a new tab. And then I'll get this one. Open image in a new tab. Now I need this. Open image in new tab. Yeah, that will be rad. Save image as. You assholes. WBEP file. Oh, you. Too bad for you. I've got snipping tool. And I don't like being told what not to do, so fuck off. That's just how it is. How it's always going to be. Eric don't like your PPP. Your PP smells like urine to me. It smells like a WBEP. What the fuck is that? I don't like it. I don't like it. I can't get your picture. You should make it so I can get your picture. Duh. Alright. Now that I've gotten that picture, despite their efforts to prevent me. Okay, thank you. See, this one's sane. This one is just a regular JPEG. Not full of nonsense. Now how about this one? That one's gay. I don't know. This one's okay, I guess. Piao. A WEBP file. No! Now I have to clip you because you want to be a little bitch. And you want to try to tell me I can't clip you. But... Here's my response to that. Yes, that's what I said to that thing right there. I told it some words. I said, how dare you stop me trying to get your thing that I want to get. When I am singing, you better listen to what I say, or you'll be in trouble the rest of the way. You don't want to be in trouble the rest of the way, do you? Okay, here we go. Now we're ready to start the story. After I put all the images in, of course. Okay. Image. Piao. Image 8. Here we go. Where are we? Space folder. Right. Here we go. Alright. So, let's talk seriously now about our amazing journey. Okay? Because this is a kind of amazing journey you have maybe once to 4 times in a lifetime. And no more than that. You guys, we are about to go on an amazing space journey that you'll remember for the rest of your lives. Those of you who are here, plus Rachel, even if she's not here, she gets to go too. Let's see who's here at the moment. We got Jeremiah Face, we got Chris Tyne, good, Winston's mom, Oliver Lionhead, I'm glad you're here. I know you always bring a rope. Jeremiah Face, Karma's Pimp, Boba Fett, Winston's mom, Chris Tyne, Karma's Pimp, Winston's mom, Jeremiah Face, Boba Fett, Chris Tyne, Boba Fett, Chris Tyne, Oliver Lionhead. Okay, good. It's like a stout crew. I'm going to assume that Drag might still be lurking here, and that if Drag is lurking here, and Lady Lee too, possibly, unlikely, but possibly, they might be on board as well. So we've got Morris here, okay, reporting for duty, Drag reporting for duty, good. Alright guys, I regret to inform you that our mission is absolutely critical to the survival of humanity. Unfortunately, somebody started a minor accelerating fission reaction, and they can't quite seem to stop it. Now, what we have successfully done is located a pocket of dark matter, and it really was hard to see because it's very dark. It's on another planet. So naturally the UN called me and they said, can you bring Corduroy? I said, yeah. And Corduroy and I went to the UN and I said, what's going on? He said, Eric, can you assemble a team? I said, Corduroy, what do you think? Can we do this? He said, well, why don't you ask what the mission is? So, well, what's the mission? Well, you've got to go to space in our new spaceship with your crew, your hand-selected crew of trusty mates, and you've got to captain this spaceship to the distant planet, get dark matter, and get back here before this fission reaction reaches critical, or else when you get back, there won't be any Earth left. So there's a ticking clock here, unfortunately. I'm like, well, how long do we have? 2 weeks. 2 weeks, I said. Well, I better get on the horn. So I called up Morridge. Morridge, can you be the phone tree person? And Morridge said, you know about the internet, right? I'm like, damn. I hung up. I called Drag. Drag, can you be the phone tree person? He's like, what's a phone tree? I said, I hung up on him. I said, okay, I'm going to try this guy. I never even tried him before. Cool Mo Keem. Hello? Cool Mo Keem? He's like, let me guess. Host Eric? I'm like, yeah. How do you even know? I've never even seen you before. And he's like, you want me to do the phone tree, don't you? I said, yes. And then Cool Mo Keem called Drag. And Drag called Karma's Pimp. And Karma's Pimp called Jeremiah Fix, who then called Chris Tyne, who called Cool Mo Keem again, who said, I already know. You gotta call Winston's mom, etc., right? Until everybody was notified. And we all gathered at the spaceport and got on this here spaceship that you see here. Now, we have our respective jobs, but the most important thing to remember is Jeremiah Fix and Karma's Pimp are in charge of the engines. Chris Tyne and Drag are in charge of munitions, which is a shooting things, right? And Cool Mo Keem is our chef. He's the ship's chef, okay? You're the chef, Cool Mo Keem. Do a good job. Remember, I only eat kosher food on Tuesday. Morridge, your job is personnel director. You're going to be my go around and check things off on a clipboard guy and bring me back a clipboard, show it to me. I'll nod knowingly, hand it back to you with new pieces of paper with new words on them. Then you'll go around with the clipboard with the new words, check things off. You're going to be that guy. Lady Lou, I'm putting you on duty as the staff psychologist in case anybody has any emotional problems. Chris Tyne, did I already give you a job? Are you munitions? You're munitions, huh? Right? So who do I have? I have Drag and Chris in munitions. Who did I put on engines? Karma's Pimp and Jeremiah Fix. Right. Okay. So anyway, I direct Karma's Pimp and Jeremiah Fix to tell us, okay, listen, you guys, as soon as we get far enough away from Earth, because you don't want the blast from our engines to hit the Earth, go ahead and fire them up. We only got 2 weeks, but we got to get to that distant planet. It's many light years away, but we've mastered faster than light technology. I did that. But anyway, we can do it, but we're going to really have to rush. So, anywho, Jeremiah Fix comes and says, I've got some bad news, Captain. I said, what is it? He says, I've become Scottish. So that is terrible news. Karma's Pimp, can you do anything about it? Karma says, there's nothing wrong with the engines. There's something wrong with Jeremiah Fix. So Jeremiah Fix, you go see Lady Lou in the psychologist's office. And he hangs his head and says, okay. Because, you know, we've learned since now, between now and then, in the future when this happens, we've learned about space sickness. That sometimes afflicts people and makes them go crazy for no reason because they just can't stand the taste of space vacuum. Anyhow, so we get the engines fired up. We get moving away from this, and we say, oh hey, okay, cool, we're moving now. We're out in space. So that means what? That means things should look different when we look out the window. And I agree that's the case. So I say, well, now look out the window and see what you see. And everybody did, and they go, oh, things do look different now. So, anyhow, we were flying through space like this, and Cool came over and was feeding us all dinner. We all settled in that the spaceship was moving nicely. The guns were all full of bullets. Chris Tyne double checked to make sure his laser pistol had extra laser juice in it. And who was my other munitions guy? Drag? Drag brought mostly slingshots and bows and arrows and stuff because he's what you call a primitive survivalist. I tried to talk him out of it, but he swears that we might need these skills on whatever planet we land on, so, okay. Anyway, Winston's mom at this point, and what her job is pilot slash hit people on the head with a fire extinguisher if necessary person. So, like, at all times, we're hoping to avoid any violence or any problems, but remember, space sickness makes people go insane. And if the space sickness makes people so go insane, there has to be one designated hit the person on the head with a fire extinguisher. And that's Winston's mom, as well as being she's the co-pilot, but I make her do most of the work. I'm just a pilot in name only. I don't really know how to pilot the ship, but I say I'm the pilot, and my thing on my chest says pilot, and hers says lesser co-pilot. And I have another one on this one that says head captain, and then one underneath that says regular captain, because I'm both the head captain and the regular captain. And then I have one on her that says sub captain. So anyway, we're all flying along, getting along fine. We're playing Parcheesi in the dining room until Cool Keem, or whatever his name is, brings out dinner. And it's on one of those massive silver platters, right? And he lifts it up, but instead of dinner, it's a naked Klaus. Klaus had stowed away on board, pretending to be a frozen turkey. And when Keem had defrosted him in the oven, he had accidentally set the temperature too low. He put it 4 hours, but instead of 400 degrees, he put it for 100 degrees. And that just warmed up Klaus to just the right temperature. And he says, hey guys, surprise. I say, Klaus, I called you like 6 hours ago. You knew we had to leave urgently. I told you we weren't going to wait for you. I told you couldn't come. You insisted you wanted to bring your dog with you. Yeah, well, I didn't bring my dog, he says. I can tell. You didn't bring your clothes either. It's like, yeah, well, it's hard to slide through the ventilation vents to get into the hidey hole I had to hide in with my clothes on. I said, okay, will somebody get Klaus some clothes, please? And he jumps up off the table and goes, what, you don't like my flapping dong? And he wags it around the table, slapping it against his legs. And everyone's like, ew, Klaus, stop, God, you're so gross. And they start throwing dinner rolls. And at that point, Keem, who made the dinner, gets really offended. Hey, don't befoul my dinner rolls by throwing them at that man's filthy genitalia. And at that point, I guess it was Drag had brushed in with a robe and wrapped it around Klaus, and we all agreed. We put up a rule right then in the commissary, and we put a sign up. Klaus must be clothed around us from now on. It didn't say what the penalty would be if you didn't obey, but we put the sign up. And you agreed that you would, and you wouldn't have been naked except for you had to squeeze through the vents, right? So, yeah, we believe you, but we think you might have had maybe a little fetish thing going on there. We're not really sure. Okay, anyway, regardless, after that dramatic event, naturally, Chris Tyne was ready for bed. She had got slapped in the face too many times by that dog. And it made her a bit punch drunk. Not to mention all the alcohol she was drinking. So, anyway, she went off to bed. But on her way to bed, Jeremiah Fix comes staggering down the hallway showing all the signs of space sickness. He's going crazy. And I get on the walkie-talkie and say, Lady Lou, you were supposed to fix Jeremiah Fix with your psychology. What happened? And Lady Lou goes, kill him before it's too late. I'm like, are you dying? She's like, no, I'm pooping right now. I'm really, but seriously, you gotta kill him before it's too late because that guy's crazy as fuck. I'm like, we're not killing Jeremiah Fix. Don't call me when you're pooping, please. So, anyway, I said, Drag, Christine, you're my munitions people, get over here. Okay, Drag, no, put your slingshot away. I don't care how accurate you are with it. No, not your wrist rocket either. Here, you use this regular laser gun. Christine, meanwhile, is fully packing. She's got one of those big laser guns, the big red lasers. She's also got one of those ones that shoots at the kind of things, you know. And she's also got a regular laser gun that shoots regular laser. She's got a stun gun that shoots stun laser. She's got a excitement gun that shoots a laser that's the opposite of stunning them. It makes them dance around like that and makes them easier to catch accordingly. Okay, Aaron, where are you going with this story? What do we have been? How long have we been in space? We have been in space now for 4 days. 4 long, horrible days. and we can't find Jeremiah Fix. We can't find him. He's hiding somewhere in the ship now. We don't know where he is. And Klaus runs into the commissary. We're having a conversation about it. Klaus runs into the commissary and goes, I tell you what, guys, I can get naked again and check the vents. And everyone says, Klaus, you look at that sign. And he looked at the sign and he hung his head in shame. I'm sorry. Maybe Corduroy could do it. Why are you volunteering me? Says Corduroy. Look, we've got no time to worry about Jeremiah Fix, I say, because over the course of this conversation, we have arrived at our destination. That quick, Captain? Everyone asked. I said, thank you for remembering to call me Captain. Don't forget I have the power to marry any of you at any time, so don't get saucy with me. Yes, we have arrived at our destination, and as you can see, oh my gosh, look, guys, we opened the hatch, we land all of a sudden, because I was such a good conversationalist that we didn't even realize that 2 weeks had passed. Anyway, we land, and we open, and it's, oh my Lord, will you look at this beautiful world? So beautiful. So I say, hold back, everybody, hold back. It's not safe here. It's not safe until I check it out first, okay? I'm glad Jonathan Basanti's not here. He's going to try to push his way past me. I got my eye on you, Boba Fett. I'll tell you what, Boba Fett, you can follow me. You can come behind me. Now the rest of you, you stay here, locked behind this door until we check it out and make sure it's safe. Alright, Boba Fett. You got that acid? Okay. Let's do it right now. Alright. So, how long do you think we got till this kicks in? You got anything else? Yeah, no, we're not sharing. No, we're not sharing. Oh, let's do it all ourselves. Okay. Then we do a bunch of doors. And then we go back to the hatch and okay, it's safe, everybody. It's safe. Come on out. And everybody else comes on out. That's Lady Lou, Drag, and Christine is absolutely fuming. Because I'm like, all right, cool. All right, look. All right, cool. Look. All right, cool. Look, we're good to go. Okay. I checked it. The point is, we're not dead, as you can see, so we're fine. So forget it. Let's just go look around. And so at that point, everyone's like, well, what happened to all this orderly plan you had a second ago? We gotta find this goddamn dark matter, but and Boba Fett, come with me. Let's go. So Boba Fett and I start walking over there towards where that mist is. You see that fog over there? It's like across that field. But here's the problem. This stuff here is not that shallow. This is like a lake, but it looks kind of shallow. At first you think it was like a rice paddy, maybe we could walk across it. But by the time we get like halfway through, we're like, neck deep in water. And we're like, okay, well, we might as well just swim now. Only to discover, what we'll find out, discover in the middle of this fucking lake, that water on this planet has the unique property of being unswimmable. So we have to cry out, where's his mom? Boba Fett! I mean, Boba Fett's with me. Where's his mom? Drag! Lady Lou! And gradually, after a lot of screaming and trying to splash, but it won't splash either, this water. It's weird water. It's delicious, though. We drink a lot of it. Anyway, finally you guys come over and go, what are you guys doing in the lake? And you can only walk in this water on the ground. You can't swim in it, it turns out. And Winston's mom says, unswimmable water? And Drag says, I've been looking for unswimmable water my whole life. And despite my predicament, I can't help but ask, why have you been looking for unswimmable water your whole life? And his answer is, he planned to use it in a slingshot at a large enough scale to drown someone with a giant bead of unswimmable water. And I said, how long have you had this plan for, Drag? And he said, 17, 18 years. And before you ever knew we'd come to this planet, you had a plan for what you'd do if you found unswimmable water. And he said, yeah. And he busted out a notebook, and sure enough, he had written pages and pages and pages of ideas about what he might do if he would someday only encounter unswimmable water. I'm like, well, the days you're lucky to him, motherfucker. But he had already begun pumping it into these crates. He was so convinced that somewhere out in the universe there was unswimmable water, he had brought a pump and some tubes and barrels, and he was pumping all the water out of that lake right there. Well, pretty soon, the water level had gone down low enough that Boba Fett and I, at this point, we're kind of tripping balls, so we're just like, what the fuck is going on here? We were able to walk over to the other side, and we're like, okay, we're at the green part now. We're here at the green part. And then, at that point, Lady Lou says, where are you going? What are we supposed to be doing? Where's the dark matter? I'm like, oh, shit, the dark matter. I'm like, oh, right. This isn't that planet. I forgot. I saw this planet. It looked so cool. I was just like, let's just go there. Mrs. Mom, you can still fly the spaceship. Not that I ever really could fly it, but right now I really can't fly the spaceship. So can you take us to the planet we're supposed to go to, maybe? I forget what it's called, where it is, or how we're getting there. But maybe somebody else knows. And she's like, don't worry, Jonathan Basanti and I worked out a plan ahead of time. And that almost made me sober up. I'm like, don't you tell me Jonathan Basanti's attached away on board this ship here. We've already got Jeremiah Fix crawling in the walls like some kind of wild-eyed, space-mad rat. At that point, Jeremiah Fix walks out, perfectly clean dressed, in a tuxedo, top hat, tails, a walking stick with a silver ball on the end of it, and says, excuse me, good sir, did you call me a rat? And I'm like, holy fuck, what happened to you, Jeremiah Fix? Did you go space crazy? He goes, no. For the first time in my life, I've become space sane. And he's like, what's this? I say, oh, well, Winston's mom flew us to where we were supposed to go. This is the planet we were supposed to go to. It wasn't as nice looking, so I forgot what we were doing. Anyway, you see that like nipple thing there in the middle? Kind of looks like a nipple. It's like right in the middle of the... like right now the nipple is behind my head. Now it's a bit, so you can see it. Now it's behind my head. Now you can see it. That's the dark matter, okay? That's the thing we have to get to. But even though it doesn't look very far away, we actually, distance is deceptive here, because this planet, as you can see, this planet is like kind of like a dead partial Siamese twin baby sticking out of the head of that other planet. So this is actually like 60 miles away. And we don't really have a good way to get to that nipple of dark matter. And also, I told ahead of time Chris Tyne and Drag to bring a wheelbarrow, but neither of them remembered. So we need to have a discussion. And of course, Karma's Pimp says, look, I've got this engine that I've taken out of our spaceship. I'm like, what the hell did you do that for? How are we going to get back? Said, don't worry. We're going to worry about that later, okay? We don't have a wheelbarrow, right? I'm like, right, we don't have a wheelbarrow and we got to go 60 miles. And dark matter weighs like fucking, like more than gold and lead and more than everything. It's like heavier than your mom's ass. So anyway, Chris chimes in, well, you know, Eric, I think I'm on to what Karma Pump's on to. And they're pointing to somebody. And I look over, and it's Drag. And Drag's busy playing with his unswimmable water, you know? And I'm like, and what we figure out, we kind of mouth it. And so then we take the engine, we sneak up behind Drag, and then we get some rope. I go, now! And then me and Morridge and Karma's Pimp and Chris Time, we all tie Drag to the rocket. And then we put his hands out like Superman now, okay? Now the thing about this rocket is it can be programmed to go in a circle. And it'll bring you back to here, to where we are. But the only way to grab the dark matter is with this giant hook that we're giving you and a scooper. So you're going to have one chance of this. You're going to be flying past this thing at 157 miles an hour. And you're going to need to hook and scoop. Okay? And if you fail, everyone dies on Earth. So it's pretty important you don't fuck this up. That's why we chose you the way we did. By not giving you any choice. So anyway, Drag now has accepted his duty. He's accepted that his job is going to have to be to hook and scoop. And so I said, all right, Carlos Pimp, you're the engine expert. Get out your remote control thing, set it for a 60-mile loop, yeah, and let's get this shit on the road. And he does. And sure enough, we can see in the binoculars, because we got like super good binoculars. We can see 60 miles away, we see there's Drag. He gets this giant hook he's got, Gavin is made out of ceramic, and he scoops it, and it lifts up, and you can see his arm getting pulled so heavy. But finally gets the scooper that we've given him, and he scoops underneath it. And now he's got it in a scooper thing. He's got it with both arms. He's bringing it closer to him so he doesn't drop it. And then we see the rocket whip around and come back towards us. And now he's like, it's pushed up against him. He's like, oh, it's so heavy, it's going to grip my chest. Oh, no. And then, slows down and comes right to the perp stop right next to us. And he drops it, okay? And just as I'm saying, see, I told you it would be fine, I hear this ear-piercing scream of Winston's mom, because where did Drake drop it? Right on her foot. Her spaceship driving foot. How can she press the spaceship's gas pedal with her broken right foot? And it is broken like, a pancake. Because dark matter, it takes all of us together to lift just one little bit of it into our weight-reducing box that we have to help us carry it. And it takes us like hours to just lift just a little piece of it, little piece, until we finally get in there. And so finally now we've gotten that nipple. It's not there anymore. So that's just, this picture is a lie now. There. Now it's not a lie anymore. No, now it's a lie again. There. Now it's not a lie anymore, okay? We already got that thing. So then Klaus, we see him, we forgot about him. Where was he? We see him running towards us from the direction of the dark matter. Buck naked, no spacesuit, breathing ammonia, because this planet had nothing but ammonia atmosphere. And behind him are what appear to be a pack of wild moon dogs. And I'm like, holy shit, this is impossible on so many levels. First of all, when did he get over there? How did he get over there? Why is he naked? How can he survive breathing ammonia? And why are there moon dogs on this planet that isn't even a moon, but rather an aborted attachment to this other planet? None of this makes any sense to me. Something important must be going on. And that's when Lady Lou pointed out, Eric, it's the dark matter. It twists the ways and physics of reality itself. I said, well, we better get this shit back to Earth now because things are getting weird. At this point, Boba Fett and I are peeking, so we're not sure if any of this is real. But Boba Fett's kind of crawled up into a corner, and I've kind of started ignoring him, and he's kind of getting a little whimpery. So it's like, okay, just shut up, dude. You'll be fine. Don't be all like, I'm having a bad trip. You can bring everybody down. So good job, Dry. Good job bringing that back, but bad job dropping it on Winston's mom's driving foot. And Winston's mom, meanwhile, is still in agony, but hey, Lady Luke, get your ass over here. Psychology her. Talk therapy her until she stops screaming bloody fucking murder. It's annoying. Shh. And I try to stuff a sock in her mouth, but everyone goes, Eric, will you stop being such an absolute horrible person? I go, what? She's making so much noise. She just had her right foot flattened like a pancake by dark matter. I'm like, well, maybe I'll give her special pancake foot powers or something. It is dark matter. We don't even know what it does. And everyone had to agree with that. I said, regardless, get your asses back on the ship. So we finally get back on the ship. And we zoom. We're about to zoom off, but we realize nobody can drive. Who's going to drive? Winston's mom can't drive with her foot like that. Who else can drive? So I'm like, okay, all right, fine. And Chris Tyne is like dancing in the background. Chris Tyne, do you have any experience at all driving a spaceship? And he's like, no, but I did drive like a miniature one of these. Okay, you fine. You drive. Fine. Better you than me. Fuck it up, we're all dead, so do a good job. And at that point, everyone's like, wow, I guess our lives are really coming down to this moment, huh? And Chris Tyne goes, okay, here we go. And then Winston's mom comes in, and this is her moment. She hits him over the head with a fire extinguisher, knocking him out, pushes him out of the seat, says, fuck it! I can fly this thing with one foot. And she sits in that co-pilot's chair. And I look across the room and Lady Lou gives me a wink and says, that's the power of psychology. And we share a knowing nod. Well, naturally, of course, energized by whatever inspiring speech Lady Lou had given her, Winston's mom, with her left foot and her incredibly non-functioning pancake right foot, successfully gets us back into outer space, at which point the picture changes again. And it changes to this picture again. So you may remember this part. We passed here on the way here. We're on our way back home now, so we're passing it again. Remember this planet? We tried to go down there, but it's just all gas, it turns out. There's not even any dirt down there. It's just all like weather, and not even good weather. It's like acid rains and hydrogen whatevers. And so you remember, but that was, I left that part out. We stopped at that moon briefly down there. There were some Amazon women, but they looked like slugs and none of us wanted to hump them, so we just left. Anyway, we passed this, and I checked my watch. I'm like, oh my God, we've only got 1 hour left to get back to Earth. And then Winston's mom says, that's okay. I'm already stepping on it. And then I realized I was right. She does now have magic pancake foot powers. I look at her foot, and it's like evolving and undulating and pushing harder on the pedal with such deftness and care. And all of a sudden we're accelerating at 5, 6. 100 times the speed of light. And with just 15 minutes left to spare, what do we see? In our sights, finally. It's our beautiful blue home, Mother Earth. Oh, thank God, we say. Oh, thank God. Where is this picture? Oh, thank the Lord, we say, for the Lord is good today. He has afforded us a way to save humanity. Where is the earth? There it is. So, I say, look, we only got 15 minutes. You can see, here's the fission reaction. It's right here at this. It's right here where this little point is up here. Like right, well, you can't. Like my finger will keep going. See the little point of the pointy triangle? That's where it is, okay? Anyway, but we have no way to get it down there fast enough. And of course, naturally we say, we're all looking again, and Drag's like, all right, me again, I guess, huh? And so we wrap him in aluminum foil for his protection, and we strap the dark matter to his back. It's in the weight limiting box, so it's not quite as heavy. And then I say, okay, who's the best thrower? And at that point, out comes Jeremiah Fix, and he says, why do you think I'm wearing this top hat, sir? And I say, oh, that's what the space craziness was for, so you could throw really well. And he said, indeed, I've developed the power of 100 Randy Johnsons. I said, 100 Randy Johnsons? All right, fine. Okay, listen, Drag, take a deep, 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 deep breath, because you're going to need to hold it for a while, even if he throws you really fast. Hopefully we've got enough aluminum foil to stop you from burning up on re-entry. We got to get you down there now in 11 minutes. All right, Jeremiah Fix, I'm going to open the airlock. Everyone, put your fingers over your nose like this, or a space helmet on or something like that, because you are going to get a bit of a draft with the vacuum of space and everything. As soon as I open it, Jeremiah Fix, you throw them as fast as you can. And so we all got together to ball up, drag as little as we could, to push him into a little ball as much as possible. And we put him in Jeremiah's hand. But his new mana space powers made his hand extra big so he could hold him. And he threw a fastball, pew, American baseball style, pew, a 2-finger splitter, and hit right square on that point. And just as the scientists there were saying their final goodbye, goodbye, I'm glad we all fucked each other now that the world's ending. Boom! Like a giant thud lands the dark matter. And the fission reaction is absorbed and then just into stardust. And the song comes on. Do 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 do. You know that song? That song comes on. And we turn on the TV in the spaceship and we look to see what the news is saying. And it's saying, heroes save the day. Host Eric responsible for it all. Thank God for him. The end. Isn't that better than us all dying, though? At least we didn't die like in the last story. You used to be able to toss a pigskin a quarter. I first read that as pigeon. You could toss a pigeon a quarter mile if it did most of the flying for you. I could never toss a pigskin a quarter mile. I was never very good at throwing things long distances. Oh, right. I guess I should mention. Well, we did save the day. Unfortunately, our aluminum foil protection was insufficient, and Drag heroically, tragically gave his life for human civilization. I mean, let's be honest. We were just doing safety theater. We knew the aluminum foil wasn't going to protect him during re-entry. We knew he wasn't going to be able to hold his breath that long, right? You know. It is the vacuum of space, after all. But what's a Napoleon Dynamite quote? So, anyway, Drag, we appreciate your sacrifice. Thank you for your service. I'll be taking your share of the reward. In these stories, I'm much more of a dick than I am in real life, I think. Oh, Quarter, I forgot about. Yeah, you forgot about me. Sorry. You were helpful, too. I didn't do shit. At least you're honest. Have a night. Have a nighty night. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed here pretty soon, too. Stasis pods, it's unbelievable. Stasis pods with stasis on top. You know what my favorite moment in that story was? By far. By far, my favorite part of it was that I somehow remembered to have Winston's mom hit someone over the head with the fire extinguisher. I was so pleased with myself when I remembered. Oh, wait. I already set up that she's going to hit someone over the head with a fire extinguisher. That's some SI right there, you know. It's like, wow. Remembered that. Have we figured out what time is? Yeah. Time is the stuff that you can save in a bottle. Time is the whisper of love across the heart. Time is the cloud in the stillness of the dawn. Time flies with the swans in autumn and nests with the doves in summer. Time is a napkin, a kerchief, a whimsy. Type that girl who sold her fart in a jar. I mean, who would buy a fart in a jar? Anyway, as we're having our big celebration parade in New York City with Ticker Tape Parade, you know, Alien 60 is very, like, mopedly walking along the parade because we've said, yeah, you can come with us. Like, but I wasn't even part of it, but I really want to be part of this parade. Like, yeah, nobody cares. Just get on the fucking car. It's fine. Here, hold this rose. And then if anybody asks you, say, oh, I'm the rose boy. That's my job. And, you know, people will go, oh, I guess that's his job, is stand there and hold a rose. I called you, dude. I called you 3 times. I sent you a text. But you responded using WhatsApp. And I don't like WhatsApp. So, and I told you that before. I said, I don't like WhatsApp. People who use WhatsApp have shitty internet connections. That's the truth. I made $50K a week. Well, I mean, look. What is a fart, really? Isn't really a fart just the smell of our own desperation? Is not a fart actually nothing more than the sense of our failure? Do other people really fart? Or is it our way of coping with a world too horrible to deal with in any other capacity? These are the sort of existential questions philosophers have asked since proto-hunter-gatherers gathered in caves and transitioned from cavemen to non-cavemen by losing their fascination with caves. Well, you know, I don't mean to express disdain, contempt, dismissal, disregard, delegitimization, but that's stupid. That's stupid. Okay? Fart in a jar. How fucking stupid is that? That's dumb. And that reminds me of my Aunt Dummadum at Dumb Times. Being winning the dumbest dummy of the Dumb Time Dumb Festival Award. What do? You give it to somebody you don't like? Is that the idea? Oh no, I came down. We came down from the acid already. It was strong, but it didn't really last that long, which is nice. Kind of like mushrooms. How do you beat the skeptic argument that you could be hallucinating what you seem to be reality? Well, I mean, what would the difference be? It's like, if I'm hallucinating all of this, right, which is to say experiencing it as I experience it, what would be, you have to meaningfully distinguish between that which is hallucinated and that which is not in some way, right? So if in fact it's possible to have hallucinations completely immersive in the same fashion that we appear to be immersed as beings in life, then how do we distinguish them from actual life? We don't. So it's not really a meaningful question. The other problem with it is there's a lot of this odd over attention to image-based stuff. You know? Fudd. There's a player on the UConn women's basketball team whose last name is Fudd. I don't remember them saying her first name. I hope it's Elma. But it probably isn't. Yeah, well, that's gross. I don't like to think about gross stuff like that. That's yucky grossness. That makes me feel yucky grossness, boo. Nobody likes to feel that. Nope, nobody does. Well, guess that means it's bedtime, huh? Is it bedtime? Is it bedtime? Probably, yeah. What time is it? 12:32? I gotta pull the car in. Some guys Well, you know what they say. One is the loneliest number that I ever knew. Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number since the number one. Yeah, I don't really feel like that. I don't feel like the people we here hanging out right now are lonely. In part because we're here hanging out. So there's nothing to be lonely about. First of all, I just also want to make the correction. I don't hallucinate, I hallucinate. I prefer to use the Asian pronunciation. Very self-help launch. I watched a bit of one of your videos today. But two of your videos, actually. In fact, I commented on it. I think I commented on one of your videos. That I wouldn't have type policed you. I wouldn't throw you in the slammer if you were claiming to be an item. But let's say you're making that broad claim. I definitely wouldn't throw you in the slammer. You certainly seem like one. But you could be F5 down. I don't know. I'm no expert at smelling the scent of FI. I'm nose blind to the smells of FI sometimes. Like, at first I thought this guy was probably an ENFJ. He was FE polar, though, right? I eventually figured out he was an INTJ, but why does that happen? It's not because I'm so terrible at seeing FE or not, but rather that I'm so terrible at seeing the alternative to FE. I'm getting ready to hallucinate. Okay. What was I going to do or say something about something? You know what? I put a lot of work into the shorts channel last night. I got a lot of work done last night. A crazy amount of work. Because I wrote that whole rap thing for me and Rachel. I did. I uploaded a bunch of shorts. I changed all the channel branding for the shorts channel. I made a shit ton of playlists. In other words, so if you like a certain character, you can now watch a playlist of just the videos of that character. And so, yeah. And I took the K suggestion, as indicated, not the transliterated with the K, with the K. I think my little circle picture is pretty cool. I think it looks pretty good. But I'm not afraid to do a little updating. Like, I don't really like the way that so like the picture of all the characters, the background thing. The problem with the way YouTube works, it depends on what device you're looking at, right? So you've got to have it set up so it looks okay on the phone, and then also on the TV. And in this instance, I want, like, Mindy's face is covered, even though I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't know. Maybe I'm being nitpicky. Visual aesthetics aren't my strong suit, I just, but at least with this, because it's like all dulls and bright colors, it's got a kind of visual theme inherently to it. All that I know about my life, it seems, I have learned in books. Do you identify with that? Does anybody identify with that? I do not identify with that at all. I mean, put it this way, it doesn't resonate with me at all. I mean, I do have lots of words and information at my disposal that have come from reading. But you know what? I think the quote makes more sense when there's not a interactive metaphysical ecosystem, right? When the equivalent of the internet is the library, that quote makes more sense. Well, here's the problem with what Paul Sartre was saying right there. It would be more correct to say you will affirm or negate that life has meaning a priori. Those affirmations and negations express values implicit to who you are, among other things. It would be a much better thing to say. Much more true, right? Much more honest. I think, or it's like I find this insistence on I'm increasingly beginning to think like most of my disputes with people, or times when I'm disagreeing with anything anybody says for any reason, it's linking somewhat to a lack of operationalizing their definitions. So what the hell does John Paul Sartre mean when he says life has no meaning a priori? What does he mean by that? What would it look like if it did? Is an important question to ask to determine if he means anything at all. It is up to you to give it a meaning. Who's he talking to? Me? And value is nothing but the meaning that you choose. So then, I guess all choices are fundamentally equal? That in fact, there is no inherency outside of the self? I mean, that's obviously bullshit. Right? So, it's like it's like a macabre spectacle of profundity. Will-o-wisps of what might be, expressing nothing more than pee. It comes from me in urine ways, when bladder fills on bladder days. That sounds like a Halloween poem. As smart as that guy wants to sound, he's typologically immature. Who is that? What does typologically immature mean? Well, self-help lounge, I thought we went over it pretty well the other night and pretty successfully. The fact is, let's say you want this frame of reference of yours to be predominant. Well, you can't want it to be predominant everywhere all the time, right? In other words, it's not the case that, I mean, it's not the case that you decide your values, okay? You have opportunities to act as a person of character or not. Values are largely implicit to who you are and not something you put on like a hat, alright? And they come into two categories, instrumental or absolute values. So they're part of who you are. They're not something you decide. They're not something you choose. And most importantly, the thing is, we are in broad and specific agreement about the fact that totalizing any frame of reference is bad. But the part that I think is important is this. Within proper forum management, which is to say, if I'm getting paint on my clothing because I'm in an oil painting contest at the local county fair, then it's perfectly appropriate, right? You know, and if I'm standing on the side trying to project this frame of reference like, that person should lose points, they're getting paint on their clothes, then I'm trying to project the wrong frame of reference in that circumstance. Now, in that case, you've got obvious FE things going on as well. But when we're talking about typology and typological labels, there is a meaning there that is specific, concrete, accurate, and not fundamentally assaultive in its structure. To the extent that people talk about it in ways that make it sound as though it were, well, that's habituated because nothing correct has existed before. There's never been a group label we could use before that accurately described people. This is brand new territory. And the thing is, it's not the case that MBTI ever accurately described people, because to accurately describe them, they'd have to have built the kind of language and empirics linkages that have manifested here. Passive voice is always FE safe. So it's a shame that people struggle so much with these type labels, but what's really at issue here is that it's a shame that society has so many people who are at odds with themselves. So if I'm not a creative person, like, okay, let's put it this way. Let's say I'm not an artistic person, but I self-identify as artistic and creative. Why is that good? It's like, really, it's a person in conflict with themselves. In reality, they have their own strengths and aspects that they should be focusing on that do matter, that are important to them. You know? And instead they're focusing on these aspirational labels. Basically, it's an expression of what the world has told them is wrong with them, reflected back, you know? So if if you're an ESFP who's saying you're an ENTP, for example, you've been told you've got dumb ideas and you're not smart for too long, but you talk a lot, you're hyper. And so there's this aspirational kind of label forwardness, but then it's also understandably this fuck you when someone else comes and tells you, but you're not, man. Except the thing is, what so typology lets us do is say, you're not meh because you are meh, and everybody is the same like that. Those people who are creative and smart, they're incredibly lame like meh. And nobody gets to win the Big Five contest and be those rare, extraordinary people who are extroverted and open and conscientious and no. It's just called ENTJs trying to score high on the Big Five test. What do I think of essentialism? Essentialism is the view that objects have sets of attributes that are necessary to their identity. Well, I mean, I think of essentialism, the same thing I think of all these sorts of things, which is it has a problem with a be verb. Whenever you got a be verb, you've got metaphor going on. So, can we express concepts about essentialism that are subject / agent object, verb object, like, I observe what I observe as an instance of something I perceive to possess the attributes that I observe. I mean, that's a sentence that means something, sort of. I'm not sure these be verb sentences really mean anything. I mean, I know we engage in them all the time. I certainly do too. It's too difficult to try to speak in English prime all the time. You'd have to be some kind of nut job. You have to be a whack job nutso. You wouldn't want to be one of those, would you? Then I'd have to send you to Professor Xavier's school for mutants. And you'd lose all the letters before X and all the letters after X for the rest of your life. What kind of sentence? The kind of sentence that makes you say, wowza, that's a hell of a sentence. Isn't life funny and strange and weird and awful and good and wonderful and horrible and everything all at once? Sometimes it feels like it is. Sometimes it feels like all we really need to do is stop being a human doing and start being a human being. Oh. Okay. 15 seconds to enlighten. Repeat after me. Om. All be enlightened in my dome. Bam. Just like that. That's the quick way to get enlightened. People do it very inefficiently in the East. They sit there for years, they think about stuff, I don't know, they throw rocks at things. They push it over there, they push it over there, they push it back over there again, they get a piñata, they put it down. Who knows what they're doing over there, but it's taking way too long. All you need to do is that simple incantation, and I promise you, instant, permanent enlightenment. I'll repeat it for you. Om. Now there's enlightenment in my dome. It's just that easy. No full lotus, not even any half lotus. No prayer rugs, no ringing of bells. There will be no rubbing of sound-making bowls. No paradoxical koans. No mood of ooh. Okay, listen. Hey, person selling your religion, does it give me a lot of the mood of ooh, something spiritual going on over here? Something Leo worthy. Leo from actualized.org. Oh, that man is a mentor to me like no other. He has mentored me through the lowest and the hardest of times. And I needed a truth guide. A guider of the truth. Eric, what do I think? About what? What do I think about what? Yeah, me too, but I kind of perceived it as more serious about the intellectual stuff. Well, in Jung's work, it was basically about what people understood that they needed to function, I think. My view is that when a person is stressed, they overreach with a hero and parent combined. I mean, I don't. When I'm stressed, I probably retreat to my SI, you know. I'm less TI, more SI. But in reality, there are times people give up the frames or values of their cognitive stack to try to work with others. Well, it's not so much that they're giving up the frame or value of the cognitive stack. It's that there's an accommodation made, right? So it's like, I'm always going to be me. My job is to be me purposefully to benefit the business, right? In other words, to try my best. I might be wrong about certain things. I might, be bad or good at certain things. But my job, basically the world tells you your job is to make whoever you are work with this environment for usually this prescribed purpose. Around here, we play a lot with language. So things are, why are we having this conversation? Well, Corduroy told me I should have it earlier. And I always listen to Corduroy. Damn right you do. I'll take out my pimping hand. Hey Corduroy, can you please not call it your pimping hand? Well, that's what it seemed like to me. Because I seem like you're a prostitute? Well, I wasn't going to say it, but yeah. Okay, Corduroy, you're getting a little big for your blue britches here, mister. People have to feel okay to grow, otherwise they will shrink. I mean, I kind of agree with that. It's always the catch-22, right? So, people need to feel fundamentally okay. That there's a way to be them that works. One way or another. And at the same time, And it's also the case that there are ways of being them that will get pushback from others. Much of that pushback will be just frame bias, impulsive frame reactivity that is aggressive towards that person's contradictory frames of reference, right? But some of that pushback will be appropriate because it will say, there's nothing wrong with you, but there's something wrong with what you're doing in this context given this frame. So, and I also agree with you that when people do not feel okay, then they will shrink. Uh, Obviously, when I was a drunk, my world got progressively smaller as I spent more time either being drunk or trying to hide being a drunk. When Rachel was subject to the abuses of her family, you know, she had a harder time. She had a hard time not being and expressing some bitterness. But I mean, you guys see her. She's an absolute delight. She's just this really happy, joyful, pleasant person who's wonderful. All you have to do is not expect a bunch of shit and demand a bunch of shit and stuff and criticize and be unpleasant. Take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to report that one. What should I call this? Like child abuse or hate speech or graphic violence? I guess that. Or I mean, I don't know, it could be any of these things. It's awful. Wow. It's awful. Yeah, awkward. What was I talking about? Oh, my delightful, wonderful, darling Rachel. Right. If they feel okay and respected enough to exist comfortably as they are, then that's the starting spot. But look, I mean, there's multiple levels here. It's like you can either be in a war zone like Rachel was when she was with her family, or you could be in a shell shocked state, sort of post war zone, or you can be in a able to relax state post war zone. I see Rachel in a clear growth state of being lately and now. You know, like she's she's owning herself more, being less shell shocked. You know, less skittish because when you're with a bunch of controlling people all the time, then when you're with controlling people all the time, then you naturally suffer eggshell phenomenon, right? Where you get used to this triggering some attack, that triggering some attack, this triggering some attack, that triggering some attack. Don't accuse me of being patronizing. I'm not raising Rachel. I mean, I do think that our relationship is allowing her to heal and be herself, you know, which is great. People think weird things about, like, sometimes like me being controlling or me being bossy or something. It's not like that at all. We're incredibly polite to each other. Oh, you mean it in the livestock sense. People have weird perceptions of Rachel. Rachel's an interesting girl. My view at times I was hurt was that I should be able to rely on other people to make things okay because everyone knows right from wrong. Well, when you are hurt, the one thing you should be able to rely upon is some core close people that you know won't hurt you. Having some close people that won't hurt you. And don't really ever hurt you. Certainly don't do it purposefully. What do I think about what here? Let's see. What do you exactly mean by personal strength cannot be a case of growing or shrinking? I mean, look, the thing is this. I don't have a lot of NI for you on personal growth. I have a lot of SI for you. My SI has been this. I grew intellectually throughout my adulthood because of the fields that I worked in, where I was a teacher with a lot of freedom curricularly to do what I wanted, make my own materials, make my own books, do whatever I wanted in terms of teaching shit. So, in that regard, I grew intellectually a lot during my adulthood, but I didn't grow emotionally at all because I was drunk through most of it, and that I just didn't grow as a person at all. You know, I when you're trying to carry a burden like drinking too much, then at least for an ENTP, when you're trying to carry that burden, you have to over rely on certain strengths, and you've got to be extra competent, you know, and a lot of stuff. So when I say I grew in those areas, what I mean is I learned things. There are acquired skills. There are acquired skills with your fingers, like the guitar, muscle memory, playing guitar chords. There are acquired skills like learning a bunch of terms and lexicons for argumentation that allow us to meaningfully talk about words, and having taught those things multiple times so I really understand them. Because like my mom always said, you don't really understand something until you teach it the first time. Okay, well, Klaus, no matter how many words you put around it, I don't think you're going to find a useful solution to the word raising. I mean, she's not a flag. She's not livestock. She's not my child. I don't know what else I could be raising. I guess I could be raising Cain. Could be raising Hal. I could be raisin bread, but that would be gross. Nobody likes raisin bread. Have you ever met anyone who likes raisin bread? I think nobody likes raisin bread. True or false is a good poll. Don't you? Don't you think so? Women like guidance. I mean, Rachel and I have conversations. If anything, she guides me more than I guide her. I mean, it's like we guide each other in different ways, right? Like, I'll sort of end up choosing what we do because I have something specific I want to do and she maybe doesn't. But I'm the one who needs guidance, not her. Like, you know, it's the nature of the relationship. As somebody who gropes around intellectually as a being, guidance is good for me. I like guidance. I like in-eye clarity. I like things. Rachel's instincts are always fucking crazy spot on too. It's weird. I just have to learn to trust my read of her. And I've noticed I've gotten a little bit better at this. There are times when I just go, nope, let's do it your way. You're right. Whereas I used to would have been take longer to, I used to would have been take longer. Yeah, I used to would have been take longer. That's funny. Who talks dumb talk like that? I mean, if you want to, I hate those words, dude. I'm not a counselor. Leadership sounds gay. But what I am is an excellent partner, okay? We are a team. Now, you might say, when the team started, I was taking on a huge burden as part of the team, and she was being a huge burden as part of the team. You might say that because you don't understand what it means to be a team. But the point is, regardless of whether that was the case, it's certainly not the case now. And she's always hated nothing in life more than causing me problems. As long as I've known her. Well, no, teams have leaders, so you're right there. You win on the team word. A romantic partnership is a special kind of team. We're not a team, Klaus. We're a gay couple. That's a special thing. It plays by different rules than normal teams. We're a gay couple. Why do you want me to be the leader? I don't like that. I'm egalitarian. Why can't we both just agree on things? Yes, she loves me. I love her too. I love her so much that I actually sometimes feel the emotion of love towards her. It's true. The capacity of someone to be held accountable for something may indeed function as some kind of general measure of meagity meow. In other words, the capacity to hold oneself accountable or to be held accountable and to be honest when it hurts. You know, to be, in other words, the habit of being a person of character correlates with something else that's good or whatever. I mean, the point is, what does it need to correlate with, right? You either habituate being a person of character and sometimes fail anyway, or you maybe start to care less and less, you know, start getting dirty, start getting like shady, you know. Well, that's why I retreated to being a gay couple, Klaus. That resolves that problem, doesn't it? Then I don't have to be the leader man guy. We're both lesbians. I'm just as much a chick as she is. She's just as much a dude as I am. We're a gay couple. Yeah, being a person of character just means, I don't know, it's like those answers you have to find, everybody has to figure that out to some extent by themselves. Like, I'm understanding being a person of character nowadays to involve more positive obligations than it used to. More obligation to engage with people in less adversarial ways in hopes of communicating. Basically, I think I lost it a while ago, really, but I'm not afraid at all or worried at all that I'm wrong about anything. So what am I getting upset about anyway? Yeah, the point is, a term like personal strength is less well defined than capacity to be held accountable. So, you know, it feels like you're doing work backwards, you know? Alright, super major uber overcooked this steak tonight, so it turned into beef jerky. Happy Ramada Inn to you too. I'll admit, I don't have the most positive associations with Ramada Inn. Not that anything bad ever happened in one, but it was like in Laverne, like a super cheap hotel that functioned as a midway point between losing their home and either some of them may be moving to someplace else, but some of them may be going homeless or whatever. Kind of depressing. Well, no, self-help lounge, this is the thing. Gobert's objective and subjective are not at all difficult to define. And we don't have to pick which definition is best, right? Because we can do something better than say what they mean. We can describe how people use them. So people use the words to mean specific things. Most frequently on the internet, if they use the word to mean something, they'll say, that person's not being objective, or that person's being subjective. In which case they mean that person is using an interested rather than a disinterested calculus. We can distinguish between those two things, an interested and a disinterested calculus, by saying the jury in a trial is supposed to use a disinterested calculus, while each of the lawyers is supposed to use an interested calculus. Right? They're trying to argue a case, but the judges, the jury people, are supposed to listen and not have any involvement in it. So, if I'm Joe's best friend and he's on trial, I can't be on the jury because then I'm an interested party, right? So, that's what people mean when they use objective and subjective to describe people. This is where you start understanding shit, right? You go, how do people use it and what do they mean? Because they do mean something. A lot of people use it simply to say, I'm mindlessly delegitimizing what you're saying by calling it subjective. No, self-help lines, I'm just getting started. You need to listen. A second way people use, so remember, people use the word objective or subjective to describe people. And they either mean, broadly, that the person is being wrong, or they disagree with them, or they mean broadly that they're not using a disinterested calculus when they say subjective. Okay, that's what they mean. Now, a second way people use the word is to describe data. When we describe data, we mean the word objective and subjective in very simple and clear and precise ways that aren't in any dispute. Objective data is data that can be accessed equally by everybody, such as a paper on the internet. Subjective data is data that can only be accessed by some or one party, such as your own feelings. So, when we use the term to describe data, then, we're talking about accessibility of an object of analysis. It's really clear and easy to define. Now, additionally, people use the words objective and subjective to describe cognitive functions. Cognitive functions are not objective or subjective. Two cognitive functions express objectivity and subjectivity. Those two are TI and FI respectively. Which is to say, the disinterested calculus is expressed as the determining via externalities, logic, grammar, etc. Whereas FI is about the determining of internalities, your feelings, what's important, things like that. Now, people will say often, TE is subjective. TE is not anything, right? When people attend by extroverted thinking to a problem they're engaging in the world, they're engaging objective data. And then they're linking it back to subjective data in the form of an FI desired outcome and perhaps an SI maintained or TE created plan of some sort. That's what people do when they engage with their extroverted thinking. Yes, they are engaging yes, they are engaging objective data, and yes, they are linking it to subjective motives and goals in a way that TI users don't necessarily do. So there are no subjective motives or goals here except the truth, which is not a subjective motive or goal. My subjective motives or goals might be this: to be the person, the indisputable king of objectivity, right? So the thing is, objectivity is only good in certain contexts. Objectivity doesn't mean you're right, etc. There's a lot of different ways we can define objectivity, but a finite number of them. And people, when they say the word, mean one of those finite number of ways. Okay? So it's important that whatever discursive work we do works in the opposite direction you're aiming right now, Self-Help Lounge. We don't want to pretend we can't understand things that we do and can well understand and articulate. Well, calculus there just means a decision-making process. If you are asked to referee your son's soccer game, presumably you're going to make an effort not to favor his team even though he's your son. However, if you're asked by your son what you think of his picture he just drew, you feel no such obligation to be disinterested, and you don't say, well, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, it looks like a kindergarten drew. It's a bunch of fucking scribbles. It's garbage. You're not going to say that, right? Because in that instance, there's no need to have a disinterested calculus. Calculus there just means your way of making decision. If your way of making decision is disinterested to your child's question about his drawing, you're going to take that question at face value and answer it as honestly as you can, caring not at all about your child's feelings. That's not a good approach, right? But if you are refereeing his soccer game, you should take a disinterested approach and not place his feelings above the feelings of every other child in the game and the value of the fairness of the game being adjudicated fairly and in a disinterested fashion. And in fact, a lot of people will end up in those kind of circumstances erring on the side of the other direction, you know. Okay, so let's review this thing you're saying here. The definition of data is subjective when only one person has access to it. In reality, that data could also be called objective because it could be something that is objectively true. You keep forgetting that people say words. These things don't have those things, man. Okay, so look. I can say to you, if I see you sobbing emotionally, you are expressing some subjective data. That is objectively true. It's an objectively true observation about what you're displaying to the world, okay? What makes it able to be objectively true is that it allows for the fact that I can't say very much about your subjective data. I don't know why you're crying. I don't know what it feels like. I don't know how sad you are. I don't know if you're just sobbing because you saw a sad movie or because your whole family was slaughtered. You know, it's like, so I don't know any of those things. I could ask you a bunch of information about those things. They still wouldn't tell me anything about your feeling. They might tell me how I should act, how much severity I should afford it, but I won't be able to experience what you're experiencing. And that's what makes that particular thing subjective. Other forms of subjective data are things like self-reporting. In other words, if I ask you if you're creative and you say yes, I am relying on you self-reporting subjective data. If I say, can you give me some examples, then I'm trying to make that data more objective. No, calculus does not have to be an objective decision-making process. My feelings are a perfectly good way to calculate something. I've decided I'm going to get a salad today at lunch because I want it more than the burger I thought I was going to get. In that case, my feelings or my SI feelings or some combination of them or whatever is the right calculus to use. If I could instead use a different calculus. I could say, ooh, I want to make sure I'm eating plenty of carbs and keto and I know that's contradictory, but I want to stay on my raw foods diet because I believe some fucking complete nonsense about dietary stuff. I could take that frame of reference, right? And say, this is the criterion I'm going to use. The point is, no matter what happens there, whatever you're talking about, Self-Help Lounge, begins with statements being made, observations being stated. And the problem is you keep trying to leave the people out of the equation and turn the cognitive function as objects of analysis into things that have the qualities that only agents have. No, what I'm saying, Self-Help Lounge, is what I am saying encompasses everything you can possibly say about it, including every notion you might possibly have about it. It is completely taxonomy. And that while you might mean any one of these things, you can't mean, or you might mean nothing. There are some things you can't mean and won't ever mean. Right, you could be using that metric. Man, I really wanted the soup, but my palm reader said to get the salad instead, so I should trust them because they're magical. The point is, the reason you want to blur the lines between the words subjective and objective is because people abuse them so much that you think they don't mean anything. But they do. We just have to be precise with how we speak. And we have to care enough to remember that there are always people at the beginning of these things. They're not, these objects of analysis do not take on the lives of their own, march around the room, do stuff, etc. And if we try to think of them as though they do, we will get all messed up in the head. As messed up in the head as Jeremiah Fix was when he went into space earlier. He went space crazy. I mean, the thing is, when you say, I want you to realize that there's another, you're just saying it's important that you're saying that there's another view. There's not any view that I've not accounted for. That's what I'm saying. I'm exactly saying the opposite of that. There is no other view that I've not accounted for. Okay, but present a meaning of it that I've not accounted for. Present one. I'm not saying I've accounted for them all yet, but present one that I've not accounted for yet. If you can't present an example of what you say is true, then you have no reason to believe it's such. Well, yeah, I mean, look, it's true, Self-Help Lounge, that almost all words mean more than one thing. And it's also true that no word means everything. And no words mean nothing. So, while it is true that definitions are fundamentally circular, in other words, they link back to each other in some sense, and or they're validity-based, which is to say they link to statement connectives. It's not true that they aren't useful or meaningful. The problem here is you're defending a refusal to make language useful as though it were an alternative view rather than simply the absence of using language well, which is all it is. It's not an alternative view. It's the deficit that goes along with the opposite kind of people that, for me, I've got some deficit that goes along with their strength, but their deficit goes along with my strength. mean, if there is a blue car and you only know that it is a car, but I know it is blue, I can say that being blue is still objective. Being blue isn't anything that can be objective or subjective. You can say, it is objectively true that that is a blue car. By which you would mean, we can both reference the data and we will agree upon it. That's what you mean. You keep trying to extract the person from what you're saying. Try to put the person in what you're saying. No, what I'm saying specifically is that you're not illuminating another element. It's something I've accounted for and explained, but you don't like the way I'm positioning it, perhaps, or something. But I think you're not understanding what I'm telling you. You say, if there is a blue car and you only know it is a car, but I know it is blue, I can say that it being blue is still objective. It being blue is still objective. You mean the statement that it is blue is an objectively true statement. And what you mean by that is that we can both look at the car and agree. So what's so complicated about that? No, I'm not framing it away from your understanding. I'm explaining to you there needs to be a bridge here, because this particular thing we're talking about is that field that's specially made for any TI. In other words, my function stack is designed to do this correctly if it's bolstered by a bunch of SI stuff that I also happen to have. So when I'm telling you you're wrong, I'm saying you're wrong within this frame of reference, and this is the right frame of reference for what we're talking about, and this is the right way to talk about that frame of reference. No, I said that the data is subjective if it's only accessible to one or some parties. It's objective if it's accessible to all parties. I didn't say you had to access it for it to be objective data. I said it had to be accessible. The point is, anytime we try to mistake the symbol for the thing, we forget that objectivity and subjectivity are used in statements by people to mean things. That's what words are. Is what objective? Who's making what statement that we're evaluating the truth of? Who's making what statement that we're evaluating the truth of? Something can't be true, right? Someone's made a statement, right? What statement have they made? And how can we know whether it's true? Are good questions to ask. You keep trying to leave out the step one part. No, my point is being lost. You can't leave out the first part without being wrong. That's what you're doing. I'm not trying to force a view. I asked you a question. Who's making what statement about something that we're evaluating whether that statement is objectively true? You keep pretending as though there's some other thing that we evaluate for truth. It's like me saying, but look, and it can be the case that an elephant dies of heart wounds, and that those heart wounds might be caused by fragments of metal in their heart if somebody shoots them. You keep forgetting that part. Right? You keep forgetting that part. The most important part. The only part that really matters. What claim are you making right now? They should all be sent away to camps, Poopfaced. Every last one of them. I'm not trying... Look, the thing is, when you say you can see how something could be objectively true, I can see how plenty of statements might be objectively true. What else are you talking about? No, I'm saying we only communicate with statements and sentences and stuff, right? So when we say, look, something can be objectively true. What? What do you mean? Like, is this hand objectively true? The question doesn't mean anything, right? It's a category error. My hand is visible is a statement that we can evaluate the truth of. My hand is visible to you. You know? Well, sure. And I agree with you, Self-Help Lounge. The problem is, as you are doing now, most people are incapable of articulating their own frame or even understanding it. Your frame of reference is such that you don't want words to be useful because it requires them to mean things. And that's fine in many contexts. But in this context, the frame of reference already establishes that that's not appropriate. I mean, what would it even mean to say an apple is objectively true? Show me an example. Remember, anytime you give something some sort of status or whatever, you need to be able to show an example of what it would look like if it were not that, or else you don't mean anything. Well, Self-Help Lounge, the point is, most important thing of all is for you to remember is there is a process. Someone makes a statement that uses one of those words, and you ask them what they mean. If they don't mean something that is purposeful, in other words, that you can use to understand anything, then they haven't communicated. They've merely gestured in some various direction. And that may be fine thing to do. Okay, there's nothing wrong with just gesturing and not communicating. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Unless the express purpose of what we're doing here is to communicate things that mean stuff. In which case, meaningless noise making is not appropriate for this context. I mean, the question is meaningless, right? Objective. Is an apple objective? It's like saying, is an apple logical? Apples are neither logical nor illogical. It's a category error. Is a duck Protestant or Jewish? It's a category error. Ducks don't have religions. I mean, these things are not, they're not difficult concepts to get, right? I'm not trying to be difficult. The important thing, Self-Help Lounge, is don't try to make some general statement about those terms. Remember instead that the responsibility lies in the process. That when someone uses one of those terms, they present us an opportunity to find out if they mean something, what they mean or not. And that no occurrence of words ever happens without people saying or writing them. If a tree fell in a forest while a duck walked into a bar, would a rabbi and a nun cross the road because their arms are so tired? I mean, it's frustrating for me to try to explain this English, basically this English prime concept. That when we're not talking about subjects actually doing things or agents actually observing things, we're talking in metaphor. And people keep conflating their metaphor with something like no, there's nothing preferable about your metaphorical approach that tries to mush out the meaning of things. Yes, in this frame of reference, just as you wouldn't say you wouldn't want to bring multiple metaphorical approaches into some atomic science thing, right? We're in that kind of area of stuff. We're not in playtime stuff. We have to be serious. You know, you gotta understand that we're parsing things purposefully. We're defining things that are observationally sustained in ways that are operational so that we can do stuff with them and draw firm conclusions that mean things. Your efforts to muddy the clarity of those things by saying that other people might disagree, have different perspectives, can be resolved simply. And in this context, because of the nature of all the things I've articulated, those people, when they try to do that, are wrong and should be discouraged. This isn't the place for that. Your poetry doesn't have any impact on the cesium-91. So please get the mushiness out of something we're trying and doing an excellent job of solidifying. Trying to add more mush is not helping. This is ground I've covered many times before. I've explained it in great length. And what's happening here is this. You're saying, but I have an NIFI concept here that if you were to really listen to me, you'd feel it, you'd agree with it or something. I get what your NIFI concept is. It's already subsumed by my frame of reference. And that's what you're not understanding. I have done all this already, Self-Help Lounge. Go through some of my older videos. Just type objectivity into the channel search. You'll see a fucking shit ton of stuff on it. I've done all this before. I mean, the point is, there types of it. There are exactly two types of it. One is when we're talking about data. The other is when we're talking about people. That's it. I guess the third one is when we're talking about statements, right? But that's how it's least frequently used. So when we're talking about data, is that data objective or subjective? We can meaningfully answer the question. When we're talking about a statement, we might say, is it true or false? There's no reason to throw in the word objectively. I could say, it's subjectively true that I'm sad. Why would I even bother putting that in? It's just true. Objectivity and subjectivity aren't determinant in the truth question in that issue. Remember, the person who's most objective is not the most correct. Objectivity doesn't make you correct. It just makes you not prone to a certain kind of mistake. Maybe if everyone would listen to what I'm saying, understand what I'm saying, it would, the world would open wide, language would open wide, and everything would become clear. I mean, it's increasingly all very clear to me. Not all the specifics of everything, but the ridiculous word tangles throughout philosophy's history, The varying degrees of purposefulness of them, but what they all represent fundamentally, and the core resolution to the matter. So it's not really. It's like we're there. Certain cosmological questions, obviously, you can't answer, but they fit within a meta frame, so whatever. Eric, how do you explain people who will genuinely agree with what you said but will hate you for what you said even though it's true? Well, I think it's mostly like damaged people who hate me like that. I don't think it's a function thing really so much as it is well, you know, it's like I trigger some part of themselves that it's in deep conflict, and they are enmeshed in the fog of war such that they don't recognize it for what it is, you know. It's like, and also I don't necessarily help. Obviously nobody wants a self-important ass to be right. You know, I don't either. I don't want self-important ass to be right either. Nobody wants the guy who's always meow, meow, meowing and winning a bunch of arguments and stuff. Everybody wants him to be taken down a couple notches already. That guy's too full of himself. The thing is, I just don't have... I mean, I'm effing the best I can. And I'm getting better, but... I don't know. It was a struggle for me to give up false modesty in the first place. It's not like I really want to put it back on. What's the point? I don't need to make... I mean, the thing is, all the bits of language that needed to be made I've already made in terms of utility purpose, for argumentational stuff. Anything the debate was lacking, I've already contributed my own notion to it. And it's just little minor things like, I wanted to distinguish between this and this, there's not a commonly used term for distinguishing between, so I'm going to make one up. It's like shit like that, because most of the work already been done, right? So it's an unhealthy state of being hating people despite them knowing that it's true. Why, like, these hypothetical people who know that it's true but hate me, are they also denying that it's true when they hate me? Or are they just shitting on me and saying, so what that is true? F you. Here's some poo on your shoe. Look, that debate with Jack was a bit of a turning point for me because it was a wake-up call. Self-Help Lounge, before you try to show me something, watch some actual debate rounds with actual debaters. Because that's the community I was coming from. And it took me a little while to realize just how barbaric discourse is. I spent that whole time chasing him around trying to pin him down on anything, and he, instead of trying to cooperatively engage in productive dialectic, avoided being pinned down on any definitions that mean anything. Yes, it's harder to be right when you do that. But guess what? I won't deny you the opportunity to do that to me. I'll give you very clear pinned down definitions that mean things. And you can use them. to win your points against me. The problem is, people don't like it when I get to do that with their words too. They always want to do it with my words, but they never like it when I do it with their words. You see the problem there? It's like you keep trying to sort of soothe me into listening to you, right? The problem is, what I keep being annoyed by is you're not making any point that means anything, or you are refusing to articulate what it is. So naturally to me, that's just being evasive or not actually having anything to say. You say, well, that's what I'm trying to get at, Eric. No, if you say anything like that, just fuck off right now. Actually answer what I'm saying. What is your point? State it clearly. It's like, that's such a simple thing to ask, but people... Remember when that Michael guy called me and like kept screaming at me for not letting him make his point? And I kept saying, okay, well, what is your point then? Make it. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. And he never did make any point. So what are you doing? It's like taking out a hatchet to the wood pile, swinging it around in the air a bunch, getting all sweaty and coming in and going, I'm done, Grandma. Or was I trying to make an impact? I mean, look, I fucked that to call it a debate is a disgrace. I fucked that clusterfuck up because someone caught me off guard. That he was so evasive, you know. I ended up chasing him. It was a hideously ugly boxing match where one guy is continually trying to run away from the other guy and the other guy is trying to punch him. That's not discourse. See, I don't like debate, right? I'm not interested in doing competitive debate as a person. I'm a coach of that, sure. But I'm not interested in having adversarial discourse with people. I'm interested in having dialectic, productive discourse that does stuff. But people were very adversarial with me. It's hard to find people who are able to engage with dialectic because, well, well, look, here's the thing. As I've told people before about debates, do you have a debate that progresses meaningfully at all, okay? To reasonably call it a debate, you have to have at least 3 things. You have to have a resolution, an affirmation, and a negation. And you have to have their roles defined. Now, additionally, you should have questioning times and speech times. During questioning times, the questioner gets to cut off the answer at any time. Okay? It's like cross-examination, right? But they each get their turn. That's what you should have as a minimum. Because when we think correctly about language, we understand that argumentation is designed to help us test ideas. It's what it's for. It's an idea testing machine, and it's incredibly reliable. If you affirm some advocacy, and it's bullshit, you can guarantee it'll be very easy to negate. It's something you might call argumentational or argumentational slope, which is some things are very easy to establish, some things are very difficult to establish, right? So, in fact, one of the ways in which the world seems to be going crazy now is our historically reliable instincts about what the argumentational slope of certain kinds of arguments has always been has shifted for certain kinds of arguments in certain places. I mean, it's unfortunate to have it phrased that way. A subjective claim cannot be proved right or wrong. Yeah, he's a passive voice. It's such chicken shit, right? If a debater claims something, if a debater is claiming something and providing a subjective justification, such as because I'm hungry, then that might make sense, right? But again, we want to put people first if we want to understand things well. Well, that's fairly legal for the law, which is a little bit different, but based on the same principles, basically. Well, it's like I want people to understand. The reason they're confused is because they don't understand English prime. That when we're using be verbs, we're saying a square has a essential spirit that exists, that is beyond its manifestation. Well, I mean, yeah, we have a concept of it. If that's what you mean, everybody's got some concept of a square. That's true. What's your point? It existed before anything. No. No, it didn't. That doesn't mean anything. So what if it did? What does that mean? It's like that's the problem, right? If people aren't purposefully talking about something, what's their overall resolution here? What's in dispute? Somebody who has an affirmation should have a clearly defined affirmation. Look, here's what the status quo belief is, and here's how I think we should change our status quo belief, and here's why. And that's their thesis, right? And their argumentation should follow from it. And then the other party needs to negate that, what they actually say. No, we don't just change the frame like that. We shouldn't. In actual debate, both parties explicitly state their framework in a part of the case called framework. They state what the criterions are. They explain to the judge why they believe their criteria are superior than those of their opponents. They tell the judge how much weight should be given to things and make arguments as to why. Framework. It's like people treat... You gotta think of it like this. I'm Frank Lloyd Wright. But instead of hanging out with a bunch of people who have their normal day-to-day business, I'm hanging out with a bunch of people who are constantly trying to build houses in front of me in the most haphazard, hilariously, ridiculously bad way, and then standing there insisting and telling me that they know what they're doing. That's what it feels like to be me. Of course people hate that, but it's fucking true. I don't know what else to say about it. It's like, I know what I'm doing. I've been talking about this shit for 8 years or something, and, I'm a pretty smart guy. I've come to accept that. I've had to. I've talked to a lot of people who've come at me with a lot of different arguments about a lot of different things. I'm a pretty fucking smart guy, apparently. I don't feel especially smart, but I'm a very right person. I'm very correct about things. So, I mean, it's like you're down at the bottom of this fucking hill, and you're insisting, no, I'm running right beside you on top of this hill. No, you're not, motherfucker. Not even close. You can get the shortcut, but that involves putting the ego aside and listening to me. If this were competition debate, we'd say, okay, your other metrics may be valid. We're not saying they're invalid. We're saying the judges aren't going to care about them here. And then we can cross those things off and we can deal with the actual argumentation. And then you learn to compartmentalize a bit and recognize, okay, this is a distinct thing that is distinctly right within its frame of reference, and certain contexts are appropriate for that. But instead, you want to play Baby Pig Poopfaced all night. Well, nothing disappoints me more than when somebody wants to play Baby Pig Poopfaced all night. It makes me so angry that it makes me want to play Baby Pig Poopfaced all night. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not effing around, as the kids say. R to the U to the GS. Among many good things, they're the best. I can tell already. I need to turn up the beat here a little bit. It's a little below the Vox. So let's go -4 on that one. Cancel. What did it say there? Okay, -11. We'll go -14. That's Premiere. Let's try it now. D to the R to the U to the GS. They're the best. Of course I do. Need your ass, lay it out, and I'll rail that class. Some guys fixate on bits most crass, but sex is for relationships, have class. B-double-B and Windy Whippets invite you to sing along. And if you're gonna diss it, might as well skip this song. I buy a crap load of Whippets and I hate whipped cream. Wonder what that could mean. Oh, is it? Still practicing it, so I'm starting it over. R to the U to the GS. Among many good things are the best. Of course I do. Need you ask, lay it out, and I'll rail that glass. Some guys will fixate on bits more crass, but sex is for relationships, have some class. B-double-P, Windy Whippets, invite you to sing along. And if you're just gonna diss it, you might as well skip this song. I buy a crap load of Whippets and I hate whipped cream. I wonder what that could mean. Always sit down when whipping up dreams, or you'll fall to the ground and you'll make a scene. I'm Windy Whippets, B-double-P's wife. Can't help but agree, it's a hell of a life. So much noise, so little strife. Windy Whippets has now arrived. Baby Pig Poopfaced and Windy Whippets invite you to sing along. If you're just gonna diss it, then you might as well skip this song. Be more like me, much more, you see, like the B-double-P-F-A-C-E. I'm a baby pig, and my face is poo. My name is Mr. Poopfaced, nice to meet you. You can call me baby pig if you like. Compared to Mr. Poopfaced, it's just as right. No matter your sight, no matter what light, I'm baby pig, Poopfaced, morning, noon, and night. Baby pig, Poopfaced, and when the Whippets have an invitation to you for tonight's party. Come along, you're invited, come along. We promise that it won't be retarded. Let's have a party up here with lots of dancing girls, drugs, music, and beer. Let's have us a party up in here with lots of dancing girls, drugs, music, and beer. W-E-N to the D-Y to the space. Whippets are would go in my face. Why wouldn't they? I'm not Cindy Slipper J. No way. I'm with the Whippets today. Okay, Mrs. Big Poopfaced, a.k.a. Mrs. Baby Big Poopfaced, I might say. And together we're a couple that's super gay. I'm Mrs. Baby Wendy Whippets Big Poopfaced. Hooray, that's great. And you know what else? We both wish you a very nice day. Not too bad. Not too bad. It wasn't perfect, but not too bad. I was doing Rachel's parts as well as my own, of course. She's the one who gets to go W-E-N to the D-Y to the space. Whippets are what go in my face. Why wouldn't they? I'm not Cindy Slipper J. No way. I'm going to do Whippets today, okay? It takes a big breath to get through that whole thing. Mrs. Pig Poopfaced, a.k.a. Mrs. Baby Pig Poopfaced, I might say. And together we're a couple that's super gay. I'm Mrs. Baby Wendy Whippets Pig Poopfaced. Hooray. Now, you want to talk about objectivity? That right there is the spirit of objectivity in your heart. Yeah, you literally said you're not trying to debate, but you're trying to get me to understand something that you will not state. And that is why, not early, but late, are you in arriving the pearly gates of the wisdom and knowledge that spews from my mouth. Listen to it, son. Let it pour south like rains from the heaven onto your ears. Wash clean from you your tears of despairs that are born of wrongness, born of your sad and sorrowful clinging to rocks that are bad. Rocks full of wrongness that drag you on down to the bottom of the sea all the way to the ground, where you squirm and you cry and you say, I'm so wrong. Let it go. Self-help lounge and float up to the ground. If I couldn't convince you with actual good reasons, maybe I could convince you with poetry. Is that more to your liking? Or would you like a sonnet? I am a professional dandy, after all. Dag, dog. He burned me in metered verse. Is that bad? Well, maybe. Right after he did this incredibly dorky rap, I don't know what to make of this guy. I can't tell if he's retarded or just poorly aimed. Aiming? What's that? What is this aiming thing people keep talking about? I just pull this thing, right? Yeah. I've transcended ENTP. My new personality type, which has mastered all of the cognitive functions, is baby pig poop face. B to the double P F-A-C-E. Baby pig poop face. That is me. Yeah. Ooh. Uh-huh. All night. Tonight. All right, girl. Right. Woman, child, girl, child, woman, child, girl, child, woman, child, girl, child. Listen to me. Shit, what time is it? I gotta go pull the car in. Or else I'm gonna get in trouble with the parking police. The parking police patrol our neighborhood. And at 2 a.m. they say, "Ooh, are you still parked on the street? You're not allowed to do that. You're going to get in trouble with the parking police." And then they give you a $50 ticket. And you go, "Ay, ay, ay, mamma mia, what's going on with this?" That's what you say. Because you are stereotypically Italian. That's why you say it like that. In case you were wondering why you said it like that. That's why. You probably were wondering. I hear you wonder a lot. I hear you're really into wondering. Yeah, I like to wonder. Oh yeah. Wondering's hot. Wondering makes me wet.
Just a day.
What?
To work more.
Winter hours, shortened days, make me work in different ways. When it's gray, cool like this, it's easier. We give and we take, we earn what we make. The work is ample, but it must be done. And we'll keep on till the morning sun.
Just a day. Cool and gray. Not really much else to say. I'm outside. Enough night to work more.
Winter hours, shortened days, make me work in different ways. When it's gray, cool like this, it's easier.
Just a day. 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 Just a day.
Winter hours, shortened days, make me work in different ways.
Just a day. Just a day. Just a day. Just a day.
We give and we take, we earn what we make. The work is ample, but it must be done.
Just a
And we'll keep on
day. Just a day.
till the morning sun. We take, we earn what we make. The work is ample, but it must be done. Give and we take, we earn what we make. The work is ample, but it must be done. Give and we take, we earn what we make. The work is ample, but it must be done. And we'll keep on till the morning sun. It's easier. He's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies. Wants to confront the men. Always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied, chance to yell at them.
So now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pocket.
pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Hurts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach. Up on the guilty, then he'll finally get his chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. The drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down.
There. So many problems. So many problems. It's like... I mean, here... The thing is this. The unfairness that somebody who's truly T.I. Tool faces is this. Everybody wants me to listen to their words and treat them as though they mean things. But they won't afford me the same privilege, necessarily. No, I was 20 minutes late, but apparently lovely Rita Meter Maid had not made it to my street yet. And no, I have no idea what the person who drives that. I've never seen the person who drives the... I mean, I actually have seen it driving around before, but I haven't looked at the person at all, so I don't know who drives around it. It's a little... It's like a little mail truck, kind of, but except it... So it's like Arcadia parking on the back of it. I have gotten a fine before. Twice. You know. I gotta get burned twice before I learn to stop backing into the stove. And even then, 20 minutes late, but I just got lucky. I mean, sometimes you can go all night and get lucky and not get it, you know? And not have any problems. I'm just gonna play a little number and call it a night. my friends. Sleep well. Good night, my friends. Don't go to hell if you die, my friends. At least try to hold on to purgatory. Somewhat tarnished glimmer. But perfectly don't die at all. But if you do, and you put yourself being dragged down into hell, just grab on with all your might to the last little shred of purgatory's tarnished glimmer. And with my well wishes and encouragement, I'm confident you'll be able to squeeze your way into purgatory. So that should be good news. That should be reassuring for everybody who's feeling spiritually unsure. Get a little bit of boost to purgatory for those of you who are otherwise hellbound. Save you from a lake of eternal fire. Think about that. Next time you got extra DR uses, think about who saved you from eternal fire. In case you didn't get the hint, it was me. And hey, have you thumbs up my live stream yet with your thumb? If not, you better do it, and you better subscribe too. Good night, everybody. Love you. I think you're special ladies, all of you.